Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hater plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In a yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the old well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
It is day number 2 of the NACL Open qualifiers here in 2025. And here at Titan Esports, we got ourselves a lower bracket matchup cooked up for you all. A little bit of a sneak peek as to who the Titan Esports roster will be playing in the next round, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. This is Akuma Esports taking on Oakland University, both teams falling to their first round opponents, and are going to be trying to avoid elimination here in this fearless best of 3. My name is Ferris. Joined by me for the first time here is Malice. Malice, my friend, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Better than good. Some days better than that. And I'm excited to be here. This is my first time getting to cast for the NACL Open qualifiers, which is quite the golden opportunity. And I'm really excited to see that one of the first teams that I get to cover is a fellow university team, Oakland University from Michigan High School. Michigan State, not high school. Whoa! But as a collegiate coach, I'm here rooting on the collegiate community, and I hope that we see something, extraordinary tonight.
Yeah, it would be pretty extraordinary if Oakland actually comes out with a win here, because they are definitely considered the underdogs. This Akuma roster, although, they did lose their first matchup, they are no team to scoff at here. They have a lot of fantastic players. Porsche, multiple-time CLOL winner. Will, who has been wrecking house in Tier 3, played for 100 Thieves Next back in the day, is super high ranked in solo queue, was doing really well in the Sido Combine, went over to LA to practice even more. Sudsy, who is deemed Mr. Promotion Tournament, who is also seen on your screen as Kratos X Thor. Draxer, former coach for Immortals, and Jito. So this team really, really strong here, Malice, but Bully You and Shaggy on the side of Oakland, those two are going to be the ones to really kind of be the leaders here, the ones to maybe get resources and carry the team on their backs to try and get themselves some type of advantages.
Seems like the bot lane is going to be the lane to keep our eyes peeled for. What picks are they typically used to playing? The data I got here says that we might see some Zeri ADC there.
Yeah, could be. First pick Zeri, a lot of times 80 carries are blind picked here. Varus is something that is open right now. Varus is very popular. Wukong is going to end up being the choice. Now, is that going to go into the hands of Zek here in the top lane? Bensap, more likely the case in the jungle, getting some early engage, maybe denying that pick off of Will as well. Could be some of the things that they're looking for. Wukong, not necessarily your typical blind pick here, and it is going to be the immediate Vi response. So maybe a potential dive composition could pair this with something like a Kaisa if you want to blind your 80 carries, but it looks like Akuma just wants to jump on forward, and they're just taking these really strong picks there for their top side in Porsche and Will. And Akuma, by the way, is very much a top side heavy team based on just the players that they have.
Putting them on that Rumble means they're going to have a team fight heavy composition. Rumble has been a phenomenal pick in the collegiate scene. We've seen it happen time and time again. Wukong as well has been one of those contested priority picks for both teams. And a front to back pick coming with the Zaya and the Rakan on the sides of Oakland University. This is a great response to the Vi. They're going to position themselves defensively and able to counter and prevent the abilities that Akuma wants to look for today. But Akuma's able to pop out with that Victor pick, another strong priority pick in the current meta.
Yeah, it's interesting, though. They got the double magic damage in the solo lanes, unless this is, of course, a Victor bot. Although I highly doubt that. We haven't seen Victor bot in a whole lot of times after the nerfs have come through. We're seeing mid lane focused bans as well, things that Akuma don't want to see into that Victor. And they're actually saving their bot lane for last. So it's really interesting here. Oakland University, they've kind of just said, okay, Zaya Rakan, we are going to be protected against the dive. We have a really strong 2 versus 2 here, but it opens the door for Draxer and Jito to kind of get the picks that they want, maybe a heavy CC to counter that Rakan. That's why we're seeing the Leona and the Rel bans coming through from Oakland. Anything that can lock down this Rakan and make it difficult for him to engage forward is things they're going to want to take away.
Couldn't agree more with you on that, but they do still have Rakan as the follow-up or counter engage, as well as the ability to use him protectively or defensively to peel off the aggressors. Now, we do see the Varus on the size of Akuma, and then we pick up the Orianna, a great combo pick that synergizes well with the Wukong and the Rakan. Last pick coming in here soon with Shaggy. We should expect to see if Wukong is going to go either top or jungle. They may obtain the flex until the very end, and we see Set.
Wow, okay, a Set pick into a Rumble. Honestly, I'm not a top lane guru. I'm a bot lane player myself, but I can't really see how the Set would be super good into something like a Rumble, who is going to give you trouble with the Flame Spitter. And Rumble is a champion who typically is bullying champions like Set, who don't have the range to stay away from the Flame Spitter and get spaced by those Electro Harpoons. So if there's a match here, or a game for Porsche to really flex those muscles and really be the carry for the side, or at least one of the carries for the side of Akuma, this could be one of those games. And we also rounded out the draft with the Thresh pickup for Jito, which is an interesting one. I don't know. I would maybe expect something more along the lines of a Nautilus. Varus Nautilus is a very good combination. And again, it locks down that Rakan so well. But kind of, you know, here Malice getting really confident, saying, I'm going to hit those death sentences. I'm going to go crazy here. I'm going to make some plays happen.
I'm actually a fan of the Thresh pick. It has a great defensive position where they're able to flay off the Rakan. A fight breaking out here. Wukong looking to take a pick on the Victor, but unable to do so. Another exchange happening between Wyzek and Will.
Yeah, they're getting aggressive. They're looking for vision. Did they actually get a ward down? It looks like there is a blue ward on the Raptor camp. So they're going to see where Will starts. If it's not on those Raptors, then they'll know it's elsewhere. So they will have that little bit of that information. It does seem like some counter vision was placed there on the bot side. Jito and Draxler got one deep into the brush over there. Now, whether that was to spot out the enemy bot lane or to actually spot out the jungler, a Krug start is unlikely. So not sure what we're going to get there, as we actually see a teleport from Draxler as well, playing this lethality Varus. You know, it doesn't really look like they want to duel with this Xayah and this Rakan, but you know what, just as I say that, they're going to jump right on in with the engage. Draxler flashes away from the grand entrance. Dropping the ignite is Shaggy, getting super aggressive is Bully U and Shaggy. They want to make the most out of their strong 2v2.
The ignite goes down, but no kill goes over to Oakland University. This means without that ignite, they're going to have less kill pressure in that lane. And this is exactly what Akuma wants. They want their Varus to be in a safe position to leverage his range advantage, be able to build the harassment, grab the tempo, and play that lane forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bully U is so low as well, but they're going to hit level 2 first. They're going to jump onto Jito, who is going to be in some trouble here. Might have to burn a flash of their own, is just going to be able to hold on to it, but gets chunked out. That level 2 advantage and that quick jump there from Bully U and Shaggy is going to do pretty good wonders for them. They would like to crash this wave, ideally, so that maybe Bully U can get a reset here. It gets really dangerous when the Xayah is low on HP. Like you pointed out, with the range advantage that Varus has, the Comet as well for the extra poke damage, it can get really difficult for the Xayah to actually play the game. As we do see a death sentence connect, here comes a piercing arrow as well. The ignite is going to be cleansed away from, but Jito is able to stick to the 80 carry and will grab first blood for Akuma.
Very patient play there. I was thinking that they would be looking to wait for the rebound, but Thresh was able to find a pick on the flanks, leveraging his, well, his hook, which is something that Nautilus would not have been able to do, as Thresh is able to bypass the wall that way. If that play didn't happen, we do see Vi pathing towards bot lane, meaning that a bot lane gank on the rebound would have been the next available play.
I do want to also point out, now, changing gears a little bit and looking towards this top side, it is an ignite on the set, so Zek has that extra kill pressure and is actually going for that full psychopath set where you just try and kill your lane opponent. You play for the 1 versus 1. It's kind of like that solo queue set, and honestly, I can respect it here. We'll see how Porsche kind of navigates that. I kind of said the Rumble should have an advantage here, but right now Zek is actually doing a really good job, has himself an 11 CS lead, so we'll kind of pay attention to how that matchup actually does play out here, as the mid lane has been pretty quiet as well. For the most part, it's really been the bot lane that's heated up. We said Bully U and Shaggy kind of needs to be this pillar for Oakland University. Draxler and Jito shutting them down early is always going to be a good look for Akuma.
It's still a redeemable game. Something I tell my players is, you know, when things go wrong, don't go with them. And if you fall down, fall on your back. Because if you can look up, you can get up. And we see an opportunity fouled by Oakland, where Khan engages and Xayah follows up.
There we go. Draxler is getting so low. Bully U trying to find the damage, is going to be able to do so, and there is the kill. Jito doesn't have the damage to trade it back. Shaggy finds the grand entrance as well. This could be a double kill, and just like you said, maintain that mental there, Malice, because it is the Oakland University bot lane that bounce back. They find the catch onto the flashless Varus, the combat summoner spell list Varus as well. This is teleport, no barrier available, and they finally get their look that they were looking for.
An interesting thing to notice there is during that fight, Xayah was technically stronger than Varus. Varus was able to get the boots and the tier, but those do not give him any combat stats, meaning that Xayah had an advantage with the longsword for a total of 10 AD more, and it came in clutch winning that fight. We do see an exchange breaking out here between Wukong and Will, but Will does not commit to it and backs off, looking possibly to reposition and collapse on with this Thresh, going for the Orianna.
And Sap could be in some trouble. Jito, again, doesn't have the flash. Tries to close the distance to get in range for that death sentence. And Sap also had flash themselves, so probably wasn't in any real danger there. If they had to burn the summoner spell, it would have been a little bit unfortunate. But again, not under a whole lot of threat in terms of dying to this Victor, really. But Sudsy has been doing a fantastic job in this lane thus far. Has a pretty good CS advantage. We know how good the Victor can be later on. Orianna does do a whole lot of damage, but is going to be more of that wombo combo pick for the side of Oakland University. Going to combo it with the Wukong, maybe with the set if he goes in with the Showstopper as well. So, you know, having Sudsy being comfortable here in this mid lane is definitely something that's going to be valuable for Akuma as they jump right onto the Drake here. 45 seconds. Grubs aren't even up yet. We'll see if that trade comes through from Oakland.
Oh, interesting dynamics going in the mid lane. The Victor has been able to poke out the Orianna and build that advantage. As you said, Orianna offers a lot of burst damage, and it's going to be a team central fight strategy for Oklahoma, which I think is the idea behind the set. Set is starting to fall behind in CS in the top lane. We see Rumble ahead, and Shaggy and Bully, you are trying to leverage the advantage that they build with Shaggy going in on Jito.
They're going on to Jito. Ignite is ticking. They don't really have the damage. That's a really nice death sentence. Is going to make Bully you actually tank 2 tower shots plus the piercing arrow and the ignite. Are you kidding me, Jito? There's the power of the Thresh pick, and we also see Sudsy with a solo kill in the mid lane as well. Already praising them for their CS lead, but how about a solo kill to boot? Akuma is getting themselves in pretty good spots here. 3 kills to 2.
We see Vi going ahead and taking the grubs. One thing that, again, I tell my players, if you know where somebody is, you know where they're not. And if they were able to see the Wukong in the bot lane there, they knew he was not up on the top side to contest those Voidlings, giving it to Free for Will. This means that 2 of the objectives have gone over to Akuma. They just need 1 more to get the feat.
And that would be so big for them as we're going to see the replay here. Hensap very low. And Sudsy just walks straight up, is really patient though, waiting for that gravity field stun to go down, and then finally using the Arcane Storm, making sure that you're waiting out that point where Hensap has the flash so you're not taking tower too early on. So nice heads up play in Sudsy, as you can see. CS lead, a kill ahead, so far in the lead. And like you said, 2 away from those feats. On top of the feats, they're just getting all of these objectives. Akuma right now, macro-wise, Malice, as you might expect as a team with the higher ranked players, that's really where their strengths have lied so far. As we're seeing okay, Draxler and Jito once again are finding a 2v2 kill here. And it's going to be Bully that drops. Unfortunately, all these kills, though, Malice, are going over to the Thresh. That's the only silver lining for Oakland.
Yeah, it means less damage on the Varus, but at the same time, gold is still gold, and that means there's going to be more tools available for more tools available for Thresh to protect that Varus or to set up the kills. And this has been something that has been substantially successful for them. The Thresh is the playmaker in the bot lane. The Thresh has been able to disrupt Shaggy and pick out Bullyu and set those kills up for Draxi. As we're speaking right now, Jito goes in and sets up the Wukong.
Bensap has to use the clone to get over the wall, plus the flash, but they're just following this one up here. Will goes right on in with the cease and desist. The Monkey King has no friends inside of the jungle right now and is going to drop. Hensap and Shaggy can only watch, and Will also pick up a red buff, as well as that kill as Jito just walks it all the way back to bot lane. Akuma here starting to heat up. They got a 1.5k lead in this early game, and Oakland University, they're going to really start to feel the pressure here soon.
Oh, they're getting in what we call nirvana, meaning they're losing in every lane right now. Not by substantial margins, but Set is now behind. We see Wukong now behind. We saw mid lane now behind. And bot lane too.
Right in. Here we go. Death Sentence is actually so good, though, from Jito. Honestly, has been so impressive on this pick here, Malice. That Death Sentence to stop the quickness, to stop the grand entrance, was just phenomenal. And we saw that in the earlier play, too. And just stopping the 2v2 engage, the level 6 spike of the Zyricon right in its tracks. Here comes a Chains of Corruption. A bit of poke damage is going to go down. It is Beansap in the area. Bensap, rather. Bullyu is going to tank the hook. Does still have the Featherstorm available, but Jito has gone too far forward. Was not aware of who was waiting in the wings. Bullyu can use the Featherstorm to dodge in the Piercing Arrow. Good attempt from Draxler and Jito, but it's Oakland University. Bot side, again, getting one back.
Phenomenal use of the dead time by Wukong there with no camps up for him to take. He has to make a play, decides to go with the lane gank, and is able to successfully execute that due to their teammates baiting them out. Gino thought that they had the position there to continue to be aggressive, continue to push the league, and gets caught out by the Wukong, giving a third kill to the Xayah, which is what they want to do. Xayah is the win condition for their composition right now. If they can funnel the gold there on one of their better players, that's going to be the way that they come back into this game and that they take this game over.
You can see right here, 11 kills per game. Thank you to our production for putting this up on our screen. In both of their games that they played against Citadel, who, by the way, we won't go in too much about how Citadel's run's going, but they were expected to be the #1 team in the promotion tournament, the most likely to promote. They did suffer a loss last week, and Oakland University was giving them, a relatively hard time, given the whole mismatch that there is. Very historic Tier 2 players on that team. So Oakland, they have some fight in their step, and they're not quite out of this one yet, as Bensap going over the wall with the clone, just at the same time as Will and Suds are trying to make a play. That shockwave was fantastic. Now they're comboing it with the Cyclone as well, but the Arcane Storm has gone down, and Will is still half HP. It looked so good here for Oakland University, but they just couldn't find the damage to knock anyone down.
Lack of the damage there, which is unfortunate. Wukong does not have a lot of damage on his ult until level 11. That's when it starts to do a substantial amount. But we did see a preview of the combinations that Oakland has drafted into this comp. They have the template here. They have the priority. They might possibly be looking for the dragon pick. We do see the Wukong engaging on the dragon while Shaki tries to control the space.
Should be able to. Well, it actually might get a little bit hairy for them. We do see, actually, the clone over the wall from Bensap. They're probably not going to get this Drake. As, wait a second, Sudsy is in a 1-versus-1 at the same time with Hensap almost taking both of them down. They are both one laser away. Sudsy, oh my goodness. The lust to try and go for this play must be really hard to fight back. Does have flash, but isn't quite in the area. That Drake will be stopped. And on the other side, Will is just collecting his camps on the other side, able to pretty much continue to build the pace over Bensap while they try and take out other things across the map.
Play is what we call a net negative, as we see Victor's going to be able to use this opportunity to shove that wave and get some plating, further increasing the goal differential between the two teams. Gino goes in and lands the hook on Rakan. Shaggy tries to disengage, and Xayah goes in.
Oh, Bully is going to be in trouble. Has to use the Featherstorm to escape from that piercing arrow. And now this is the point here, Malice, where you just cannot play the game if you are the Xayah Rakan. You do not have your key defensive spell anymore, and you don't have the range to close the gap. It's actually a Ionian Boots of Lucidity built here by Draxer to just get that extra poke off as fast as possible, that extra ability haste. And looking at this top side, Ignite in for Zek. We talked about it earlier. It hasn't really paid off. It's a 10 CS lead for Porsche, who's going to have that Team Summoner spell to play with when we start to look around Barons, maybe even the Otacon. The side lanes are definitely going to be a problem for Oakland going forward.
I couldn't agree more with you on that. The Ignite there was taken for the possibility of an early play, given him the strength in those early level exchanges. It did have some bearing on that, as we saw Set getting ahead in a lane that we anticipated would not be successful. But beyond that, it did not deliver many fruits, and so the repercussions of that decision, as you stated, will start to come alive here as we get to the 15-minute mark and the TPs start to get evolved. Promoted. Evolved. I think we're going to roll the word evolved here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. They do evolve. And yeah, they become unleashed. I was also looking for the
That's
right
the
word.
term.
It's
Unleashed.
It's a little bit hard, but effectively they mean the same thing. And honestly, everyone watching knows what you mean anyways. Well, Sunsy's in trouble. The Gravity Well is actually going to find 2 stuns here as Will is trying to buy the peel. Another excellent death sentence here is going to keep Shaggy at bay. And the engage from Oakland University is thwarted as Draxer with the piercing arrow able to find himself the first kill of this Varus' game. They're not done yet though. They're jumping onto Hensap, who just gets eviscerated by the cease and desist plus Sudsy with the grubs. They are able to knock down this mid tower, and 13 minutes in here, Akuma, they look rolling and well and ready to take over this game.
14 minutes into the game, the score is 3-7 in favor of Akuma right now, with a near 4,000 gold advantage. This is coming from plates, this is coming from having the first tower, and this is coming from a minion lead in the majority of their lanes. This advantage is not the perfect quantification of just how far ahead they are, as they do also have the feats, which gives a decent stat buff to the team.
Yeah, Zek is going to be in a whole lot of trouble here. You're gone. Absolutely no chance to get out of that one. Gravity Well stuns. 4 versus 1, nobody in the area. They did have TP on Hensap, but again, that probably would have just ended up being 2 kills over to Akuma. And once again, here at Malice, the macro is just on point. They're taking mid tower, they're moving, and they're taking top towers, as we'll see the replay of this play happen once again.
You see right there, Wukong goes in with the knockup. Kratos is able to get out due to the Thresh. Shaggy's unable to keep up. Draxler winning the 1v3 there, forcing Shaggy, collapse on Shaggy. Shaggy goes down, and now they've got the 4-man advantage for this tower, which they use to facilitate the dive on Hensap, who gets, as you stated earlier, eviscerated. Now no one left to defend that tower. They take the tower, giving a second tower over, and then they rotate that up the top lane. Beautiful play.
The gold leads are probably monumental now for each of the individual players. If we could actually toggle, thank you very much to our observers just to see that. I saw a couple people in the chat as well wanting to see the leads and the differentials here. And look at that. It's very apparent. It is Akuma in the lead there. Mid lane, top lane. Porsche in some trouble. Does have to use the flash. Shaggy on the way with the quickness. Ben, Sap, and Zek were right behind, ready to follow up. But one click of a button, Porsche is out. Will be without that flash for the next little bit. But shouldn't really matter too much here, as that really puts a wrench in what Oakland wanted to do there.
Whew, okay, 15 minutes in the game. We do see the Baron come up in 9 minutes. We'll probably see the closeout of this game right around there. Oakland needs to find a way to come back, find a pick, or get a condition around a misplay coming from Akuma. But if they're not making a misstep, if they're not making a misplay, the opportunities to get back in this game are limited.
Oh my gosh, Jito, I honestly have, this is the best Thresh I've seen in a hot minute. That hook was so good. The rest of the reinforcements are here for Oakland University, but it's Bully in the middle of 4 different people. Does use the Featherstorm, isn't really able to get that big of a blade caller. They are just too far behind. Jito finds another death sentence, now has to peel Draxler, who's in trouble, flashes away from the grand entrance as Will cleans up the rest of the fight on the backside, taking down Hensap to flash forward. The Haymaker, the Showstopper, they're trying to at least take down one, and they will, as now Will is going to join the rest of the team here, is going to take down the set. Shaggy is next on the menu. That's the full ace for Akuma. Malice, Jito, has surprised me, has literally played better on this Thresh than I could have ever expected.
Well, he's got 12 out of 13 kill participation. He's been in every single fight except for one, and is probably a large region as to why those plays have been successful. That last one, that last fight up there, is a great example of ZOY's zone of influence in the way that we position around our opponents. And, well, Bully, you went down for being in the center of the opposing team. And,
yeah,
you know, Draxy had some great positioning, using the flash to pull backwards, force the opposing team, in this case would be Oakland University, to chase after, further extending them away from the base, and Judo was able to collapse on that with the Will, setting up a monumental team fight for them.
It felt like they're just grasping for something at that point. They're just like, please, let us knock down at least one of you. We don't want to get full ace there. They accomplished their goal, but at this point, despite Draxler and Jito playing super well, Draxler is honestly the least of the worries here for Akuma. Porsche has been farming really well, 10 CS per minute. We already see 4-0 on Will. Sudsy's had a phenomenal game. Here comes another death sentence onto Shaggy, who's actually going to decide, hey, let's jump on in. Let's try and find Will. The Shockwave is actually going to miss. There is going to be a miscommunication, and now following it up with the cease and desist and the excellent equalizer from Porsche on the flank. Oh my goodness. Lights out here for Oakland University, and Akuma have just put them straight in the dirt.
4 kills go over to Akuma. Not only this, but they're going to have the window to push here where Set cannot defend. I'm expecting 1 tower, 2 tower, 3 tower, 4, and maybe that might be the way to show Oklahoma the door. They might be sent home, or like this, set backpacking after the end of this game, forced to come up with a new strategy for the second, but they don't try to close out here. They only take the 2 towers, they leave the inhib up, and in fact, they pivot over to the dragon to set up soul point, meaning only 1 dragon would be left to get soul.
It's a situation for Akuma where, you know, you could try and get really ballsy, push for the end, try and set the, you know, the OQ record for a fastest game, although I'm sure that's already been broken with a bunch of mismatches we saw on day number 1. But you just have to play it slow. You can take the Drake, you can back off. Now you have the inhibitor, you can work the other lanes, try and crack more inhibs. The game is yours to lose. So the slower you take it, you know, winning is the thing that matters the absolute most. They don't want to take any chances. That's what they're going to do on Soul Point. If it has to go to Soul, it will. I'm sure that Akuma is willing to bring it all the way to that point. They also are strong enough to just end the game in the next 5 minutes. It's very easy to say that. And they also, Malice, have the Rift Herald still. So there's potential that we could actually get a Dancing Shelly in this one.
That would be a sight to see. You know, I think they're probably going to leverage on the top side of the bot side here. We get a replay coming up, where we get a closer look at the team fight that just happened, where Jito is able to land the hook onto Rakan. Rakan tries to facilitate with the shockwave. but it ends up missing and gets hooked again by Jito, with Will going in with the ult on the Xayah. And then, as you said, Porsche comes in with the ult, and they just drop like flies.
That was so well done from Porsche. I mean, that equalizer was gorgeous, finding so much damage. And it just seemed that, like, that little jitter step from Shaggy, that side step to try and get away from some CC, ended up making that shockwave miss. Would it have mattered a whole lot? No, probably not. But we got to talk about what's up next here, which is this Otacon. And it's a Ruinous Otacon. We've seen a lot more of those in these new games on the new patch. Riot's made it more likely to spawn, and we're going to see that here. Right now, Oakland University trying to set up a attack here. Shaggy has popped the quickness, is going to jump onto Sudsy. There is a relatively big shockwave, but the flashes are going to bring a couple of people to safety. Will's actually going down very low, but look at that Arcane Storm. It's growing. It's getting bigger. Bensap is able to knock down Sudsy, but that will be the only kill they're able to grab. As Jito as a triple kill on the Thresh. Bully is trying to finish him off, but can't quite do it. The Featherstorm is flashed away from 2 kills. Go over to Draxer. 7 kills on the Thresh. This is the most kills of the entire team on Akuma here, Malice. What on earth are we witnessing?
Oh, well, we're witnessing a new Grandmaster in the making here. Is what we're looking at. Jito is currently only Master rank, but certainly after watching this game deserves to be in the Master, even Challenger. The level of plays and finesse that they have is extraordinary. I've been throwing that word a lot around today, but you know, it's earned, it's deserved. And this was the opportunity that Oklahoma was looking for to throw this game around. They had to get it here with the debuffs and the massive damage from the Atacon, and they weren't able to do so. We just see Judo being a massive disruption and possibly a targeted ban for the next game. I mean, Thresh won't be in here, but if he can do this on Thresh, I'm sure he can do similar plays on other champions.
And I'm excited to see. Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to see it too. This player has really, really impressed me. And it also was Oakland University taking you all the way back to the draft that picked the Xayah Rakan blind. And it seems like Akuma, they had a plan to counteract that. So I'm really surprised that Oakland actually, they went for the comfort over actually getting maybe a favorable matchup for their bot lane. And we said their bot lane had to be the 2 players to bring this team to the places that they want to be, which is a win. But we got a team fight on our hands right now as Will's been found out, but I don't think Will really cares that much. This Vi is pretty strong. Bensap is going to try and find a flank. They're on to Sudsy, who is going to get hit with the showstopper and knocked down by the set here. Bully is actually free hitting. Porsche goes into the Zonias, but it will be Bensap to fall. And there comes an equalizer from Porsche. It's all that Akuma need. Bully with the Featherstorm is only going to delay the inevitable 2 kills to Porsche. Trying to find the next ones are Draxer and Jito, and it looks like they absolutely will. Hensap nowhere to go. Draxer picks that one up, and the siege continues bot side for Akuma.
Back to the comments about the draft. You know, Xayah Rakan is not the worst blind pick. It's a common pick for R1, R2 that we see. And I think the strategy there was to try to get the counter pick on the top lane. But, Rumble was picked pretty early on that.
Zek is trying to find Draxer and is having a really hard time. Jito is providing the peel here. Draxer's actually walking back on in to get a little bit more damage. And Jito's just going to run on away. And yeah, Draxer, okay, you're a little bit too far forward. You're going to end up dropping there. That's a shutdown. It goes over to Bensap. A little bit of a consolation prize. It does actually look like 50 seconds time. Draxer will be back. We're going to get ourselves a last-ditch effort here on the soul fight for Oakland University. Assuming they actually go and try and contest that, it's probably going to be a futile effort, but you got to try something at this point.
At this point, it's do or die. Score is 7-26 in favor of Akuma with a near 10,000 gold lead.
Looks like
very hard to come back from that.
Picture, we got Shaggy in a little bit of trouble here. It does have to pop the quickness to get on out, and that is going to be a pretty key ultimate down for them. Looking back on this replay, it was a good attempt, I suppose, here from the side of Oakland University, but they just don't have big enough wallets. Their wallets just can't quite compare to Akuma's, as we're going to see potentially a fight break out here. Shaggy is getting really close, but Will just wants to jump on in. How can you blame him? Showstopper, though, from Zach is going to take him all the way to what he hoped was the back line, but that's not going to be the case. The piercing arrow does a lot. Does a pretty good haymaker. Meanwhile, Sudsy is getting absolutely tag teamed there in the back line. The shockwave is going to go to Narnia, and Hensap has nowhere to go. Shaggy and Bully, you both sitting at 1 HP. The burn from the Leandries of some kind here from the Rumble is going to take down the Shaggy. Triple kill builds up Porsche. Piercing arrow, not going to find its mark as Bulyu gets away with the blast plant. Is spotted on some vision and probably will be chased down here, but it looks like this will just be the end of the game here. Akuma with an emphatic, dominant start to this best of 3. They look to take down Oakland University as fast as possible.
Oh, Drax knew that. I was about to make a comment on Bulyu having phenomenal A-tapping, phenomenal play, utilizing the frames in between their auto attacks and their move click to go ahead and hit that vision plant, which gives them a movement speed, allowed them to outspeed Varus, get to the blast cone and get away. But they got discovered. They got spotted. Phenomenal game. Both teams showing up and playing their hearts out here. I was rooting for Oklahoma, but after the initial start, it just went downhill. Akuma was able to take the game, and they defended that game, and they did so by only taking incremental gains after every successful play. They didn't overextend. They didn't overcommit. They said, hey, we got a small window. We're going to take something, then we're going to reposition, and if they try to push in, we're going to defend that. We're going to shut that down. We're going to win that, and we're going to take some more. And we saw a very clean game that ended only 25 minutes, notably shorter than the averages that we tend to see at this level of play.
Yeah, it was super clean from Akuma. It's hilarious how Jito still had 7 kills, tied with Draxter and Porsche by the end of it. But, after that, Otacon having 7 kills on the Thresh, the triple kill there was good. And Bulyu and Shaggy, really the only glimmer of hope for the side of Oakland University was that 2v2 kill, kind of giving a glimpse of what they can do. The rest of them, Zek didn't quite get the value that I guess he was hoping for on this set. The Wukong-Oriana combination just really wasn't able to get off the ground. They weren't able to find the synergy that they wanted, the chemistry in this composition. So they're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And they're going to have to try and muster up some type of composition they can use to take down this Akuma team, who looks like they are building all the momentum. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, it will be game 2 between Akuma Esports and Oakland University. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the NACL Open qualifiers here. This lower bracket round 1 matchup between Akuma Esports and Oakland University. And Akuma coming out of the gate hot with a relatively fast 25-minute emphatic victory over Oakland here. And the Oakland team had a really hard time getting things off the ground, really barring that bot lane who was able to grab the 2v2 kill. Bully U and Shaggy kind of showing the glimmers of hope for this squad, but they really felt outmatched in that game 1 there, Malice. And I'm not sure what are we even thinking here for Oakland and when it comes to being able to take a win off and forcing it potentially a game number 3.
I think, again, their best bet is going to be that bot lane and perhaps strategizing against Jito. One of the things that got overlooked is that Jito is actually known for how good he is on the Thresh. So letting him have that comfort pick went horribly for them, to put it as bluntly as possible. In this next game, if they're able to target man, knowing that the Thresh is gone, or eliminate some of the other threats that Jito might bring in, or reserve the counter pick for that bot lane, they're going to put their strongest lane in a position of power. And that's, in my assessment, probably the best opportunity you have to turn this around, to make a comeback play.
We're going to see similar bans here from last time. Again, the Nunu and the Ivern taken off the board here in Bessa and Ezreal. All things still the same. And it was Bully U and Shaggy that kind of picked that Resiah, that Rakan. They wanted that 2v2 potential. They wanted that combination. And not only did they let Jito have that comfort pick, but also just the ability to choose. Whether it's like, okay, I do have the option to play the Thresh here. I could also play something else if it works into this Rakan. They're giving him a whole lot of options. So they really went with prioritizing that comfort there first. Didn't really end up working out for them, as we'll see what ends up being the first pick here, as it looks like Akuma this time on the side of the blue side. Gonna lock up that Skarner there for Will.
Another priority pick, Patch OP. Skarner has been a phenomenal pick in the collegiate scene and the pro scene for the last half year, if I recall. So bad they had to nerf him a few times, but he still is prevalent in organized play. And we see I don't know if I'd call it a counter pick, but we see a response with the Jin Zhao, another very strong, well-defined, and very flexible jungler.
Absolutely. It does have that dual potential. Sometimes you see things like Lilia come through that can counteract the Skarner, but again, I don't know. I mean, we got a really heavy top side now picked here for Akuma. We got the Cassante there for Porsche. We got the Skarner for Will. So again, this is going to put the pressure on Draxler and Jito, as well as Sudsy, to kind of be the players here to carry. They're just going to lock in the Ahri. This was something that was banned away last time around. I think it was actually banned away by Akuma's side last time around. So this time it's going to be Sudsy to pick that one up. A lot of dueling potential here. Maybe not as much without something like the presence of a Vi, but we're just going to see a Darius lock-in here for Zek into Porsche's Cassante here, Malice. Again, it was the set blind, or it was the set into Rumble last time. That didn't really work out. This time, though, still kind of just going for broke with these lane matchups.
I'm not an expert on top lane at all, but I do think Darius is a strong pick into Cassante and a strong pick into these tank-heavy compositions that we're seeing here from Akuma. Akuma's got an interesting draft strategy right here, which caught me by surprise, and they're just taking very strong blind picks in all their lane. All of them are patch OPs, very strong champions. Cassante in the pro scene, the collegiate scene, has been a champion that is probably the best blind possible, versatile in a lot of different compositions, and being on blue side, they can anticipate they're going to get countered there anyways. Let's take something that's strong that they can't really beat out.
We're going to see what the pickup is here. Again, this Karma pick could potentially be something in the mid lane. I don't know. Sometimes it's played mid lane. Some other times it's played in that support role. And yet to pick their support is Akuma right now. So they've yet to respond to this. We're actually going to see a Sivir come through. So kind of like a front to back team, and something aggressive here for Draxler in this Corki is going to be something that's going to put the Sivir under a whole lot of pressure. I think it works with what Draxler and Jito were trying to do in the last game, was play really aggressive with the Thresh, really aggressive with the Varus, and now the Alistar pick to come through as well. I think this is a really solid pick because you have Xin Zhao, you have Darius that are going to try and get at your carries. Alistar is going to give them a really hard time. Can get spaced out though, especially if this is support Karma, but it's actually just going to be the Braum. So it is going to be that Karma mid here, Malice, for Hensap.
I was thinking that was going to be a flex. I wasn't initially sure, but when they took the ADC instead of mid lane there, that indicated to me that they're looking to leverage that Karma as a flex pick, and they were able to do so by getting Braum as the counter pick on Alistar. And Braum is a great ward and a very strong defensive pick with great disengage, high synergy with a lot of the other picks they have in the team, and it's going to be great in these close quarter fights against the Alistar, against the Skarner, against the Cassante.
And those concussive blows, yeah, those stacking, that CC. I wonder what kind of Karma build we're going to get, if it's going to be just the full damage style, if it's going to be that supportive style. I think typically the Karma mid is that really annoying high damage Malignance poke style type of champion, but Sudsy can go blow for blow with this Karma. Really, I mean, the electrocute on the Ahri, you have lots of burst potential here, and this is a player who did really well in this 1v1 last time around, found some solo kills, really orchestrated tower dives nicely alongside Will. So we'll see how well Hensap can do on this pick that typically likes to be the lane bully. It's always Karma that's really trying to use a range advantage, using those mantra Qs to bully out the wave. It's a little bit of a heat check in both solo lanes, I would say, for Oakland University.
Mid lane can go either way. Ahri herself is a great lane bully with her Q, has the ability to wave clear, to wave break pre-level 6. One of the few champions in the game that's able to do that. I am very curious about the Karma strategy. You mentioned the Malignance pick here on the items, but I'm not so sure that's going to play through. Whoa, wait a minute. Is this a lane swap strategy? This is something that is uncommon since this new patch.
It absolutely is.
If I recall, they lose 50% gold and 50% EXP for being in tower range, right?
I'm not sure that, I don't think that change has come through quite yet. I think that might be coming through on 15.5, yeah. I feel like, yeah, no, you're absolutely right. If those changes that we've seen on Twitter are, yeah, new patches and out, we're seeing that confirmed in chat. If that was out, there's no shot they'd be doing this swap. But Malice, this is going to be really tough for this Darius to deal with this. Darius is not a champion that likes swaps at all. Cassante, much more comfortable.
Although that's the whole reason why they're doing this, by implementing the strategy, they're denying Darius the lane of the game where he's strong, and Cassante was going to be a weak side pick here anyways, so his position hasn't changed. He continues to be in a losing lane, whereas Darius was denied his opportunity to build an advantage. This can be detrimental to the strategy of Oklahoma University.
Yeah, it's 100% going
Oakland.
to be. Yeah, Oklahoma, Oakland. Yeah, 2 O names. I mean, it went way over my head, honestly. So I'm not even listening that well to begin with. It sounds so similar. But Zach wants to get out of this situation as fast as possible, get into that Cassante lane, because, I mean, this is just not something that Darius wants. He's actually going to start ghosting for this and look for some type of crazy play. You kind of have to be a little bit of a psychopath if you're going to play Darius. He gets Gito pretty low, but now he's 1 HP. Draxer's full health. He doesn't even have teleport either, Malice. This is a really, really bad spot for the Darius to be in.
I mean, I'm not so sure if that was the play to go for, but as you stated, he doesn't have many choices, and by not having the TP here, he's going to be losing out on EXP. Now, what's interesting to me is that they're not crashing a wave in the top lane. They're building a slow push. They're looking to build an even bigger wave, which may allow Darius to get back in time to catch that EXP.
We can see on our screen Porsche, 2-time CLOL champion. Very, very experienced in sort of this tier 3 style ecosystem. Did a really good job last game on the Rumble as well. Zach, I mean, this is about as tough as it gets. And Will is doing a fantastic job along with Gito and Draxer to make sure that this Darius gets punished for his mistakes. You go for that 2 versus 1. It's a high risk, high reward play. If you end up getting a double kill, that's great. You are set up. But if you don't, like Zach did, then it's going to be a team like Akuma, who, again, very impressed with their macro, is going to punish you accordingly, and now Zek is going to be in some trouble. Good apprehend to stop the Ishtal's impact, but it's just not going to matter. The headbutt Pulverize is there. Gito flashes away, and Will grabs first blood for Akuma.
That is nasty. You could tell that was choreographed too. Will was pathing up to the top lane. That's why they decided to build a small push. They weren't looking for short-term gains, or I guess, sorry, the large push. And they were slow push. Whoa, my words are getting mixed today. But they were looking for the opportunity to set up the dive. They zoned him off, and when he finally worked back in, he did a repeat gank and came in with the dive, losing a substantial amount of CS. We can see the differentials between Cassante and Darius right now. 14 CS, 4 minutes into the game, off of that play alone.
It's pretty disastrous. There's nothing else to say. As well, we're seeing a fight here. Shaggy has gone way too far forward. Is actually going to take a tower shot. Gito is in some trouble, but Draxer is free hitting in the backline. Zek could not get involved in this play. And again, it's another disaster for Oakland University. Akuma is calm, is collected, and is just really destroying them across these little skirmishes. And they have themselves a 1,000 gold lead at the 5-minute mark, which is absolutely absurd. Kasante, you talked about the differences, 18 CS ahead of the Darius. That's something you're never really ever going to see as Porsche. Does have to be careful, though. Does have flash. Bully, who did use the flash, is stacking that lethal tempo. And this Kasante champion is quite tanky. Hey, didn't even have to use the flash. I mean, the Sivir damage is low. That's got to feel bad. Bully, you now not going to have that summoner spell for the next 5.
Interesting to see how he gets out of there. He does have his own shield, which helps delay some of the damage. He consumed his potion, so he was recovering HP during the fight. And then the Doran shield was giving more HP over the duration of that fight, which helped keep him alive. Very smart use of the potion to extend his haze bar like that. We see another dive happening top lane.
Oh boy, Zek is so in trouble right now. Excellent layering of the CC. Sudsy gets the charm on top of the pulverize. And this Darius is just having such a hard time. But here comes the counterpunch potentially for Oakland University. They land the Winter's Bite onto Draxler. Tries to use the flash, but the flash falls are there. The concussive blows do connect, and Draxler, not long for this world, able to get maybe one more phosphorus bomb in. That's 1-for-0 in favor of Oakland University. They're looking for the cow as well. It's 2 kills that go over to the side of Bensap. But here comes Sudsy with the resets on the Spirit Rush, and Will is dueling with him as well as Shaggy's going down so low. Sudsy is untouched. This Ahri is popping off. Give him one more kill. That's 2 to boot for the Ahri. And it's still Akuma that make the play even.
Oh, man, it's a net benefit for Akuma. They're now 1,500, 1,600 gold ahead, which is the equivalent of 2 more kills. Through that exchange, they've widened their lead. Now, Bensap's in a precarious position here. If the charm lands, he will be out. Oh, but he's able to sidestep it.
That was really close. Bensap, since he wants that, maybe if the Spirit Rush was available, was going to actually be able to get it. As we're on grubs here for Will and Jito, and Zek tried to maybe find a flank, but then sees the cow and once again says, come on, man. Let me have some fun. What is going on? Jito is always here to put a thorn in all of my plans, and bully you also as well. Trying to bully out, exactly as the name says, this Kasante, but again, the damage just isn't there, and we all know how much we love the Kasante champion. Quite tanky at this stage.
The differential between the Kasante and the Darius continues to increase. It's now at 22. A very small and gradual increase, but if Darius is not able to build his advantage, he's not going to have much of a place this late game. Fight breaks out. Zach is trying to get Kratos.
Here we go. These are the stacks that are there. Again, no Spirit Rush, no Flash for Sudsy. Zek, it does not need to close the gap because the bleed is going to do enough and is going to shut down the Akuma mid laner. Something back for this Darius that was so desperately needed.
8 minutes in the game, the score is 5-3 in favor of Akuma, with a still 1,600 gold advantage. We do see a dive successful play from Porsche in the bot lane, able to take out the Sivir. This is going to give them priority for that dragon and allow them potentially to close out on the objective. What is the term? Why am I blanking this out today? The feat. Yes, we love our feat. The objective feat of getting 3 of them. Now, we do see Bensap here trying to take the opportunity to grab that dragon. We might see it going over to OU instead, as Akuma is nowhere to be found. They're not nearby. Kasante is being forced to recall without a TP to be played here.
Yeah, they found the kill. It kind of costed the HP bars of both Jito and Porsche, so they're going to have to reset. Again, giving over the Shrake, not the end of the world here. They can play for 6 scrubs, and that's probably something they're going to try and go all in for. As Draxler's in some trouble, Winter's Bite does land, Karma's Root as well, but Jito's doing a good job of finding the peel, and guess what? Will is here for the counterpunch, and is going to land that Ishtal's impact onto Hensap. That was a perfect curve into the wall to find that CC, and they knock down the Karma. Kill goes exactly where they want it, onto this Corki. And look at this, they're heading up topside to maybe pay Bully you a little bit of a visit here as well on this dive. Look at this map movement here from the side of Akuma. They go from one play to the next. Can't really quite see what's going on with that right now. We see it in the picture-in-picture. Now we're going to see exactly what's going on here. Bully you. Now, good luck, man. 3 versus 1. I know, life sucks right now on this Sivir, and Akuma is just absolutely running this game.
Got pushed off of the tower, forced away from the one defensive structure. The further you have to run away from that, well, you're toast. You're buttered toast. There's no way to slip and slide out of that one. And Shaggy finds himself in a very similar position where he might get shoved away. He needs to back off and concede this tower. He cannot stop it. It's unstoppable.
It is unstoppable. It is, you know, it's inevitable right now. They don't even have 6 grubs. They're on 3, and they're almost going to knock first brick of the game here at 10 minutes. They're going to commit to this. You know, the last caster minion is dying here very soon. Shaggy and Bully, you have to make a decision on whether they want to actually try and mount their defense here. But it's not going to matter. And there's the feats of strength that go over. Actually not going to be the objective feat of strength. It's just going to be the towers and the kills, and those upgraded boots go the way of Akuma.
A win is a win is a win is a win. It doesn't matter if they get it through the objectives or not. They were able to get it from the tower and the 3 kills, which again is going to be a beneficial benefit. It's going to be a free 5 movement speed to all of them once they get their tier 2 boots, as well as bonus stats when they're able to upgrade it further. I don't know the exact statistics on it, but when the boots first came out, I believe those who got the boots had a 60 or 75% win rate. It was a substantial indicator of who's going to win. And that's any indication here. We might see Akuma being the victorious team with a 2-0 victory, meaning they'll also be the next opponents for the Titan game coming up next.
And Porsche really wanted to find... Porsche was looking for a solo kill angle, wanted to find the Pathmaker to push Zek backwards and then go for the all-out, didn't quite land it. But the feats of strength, like you said, yes, very good to pick up here for Akuma. On top of the fact that it's a whole stacking amount of errors, or problems rather, for Oakland University. They got feats that have been given over to Akuma. They're down about 4,000 gold here at 11 minutes. They're also about to give up 6 grubs, and Bensap is in the area, but there really isn't a feasible way for them to get into this pit. Draxler is playing bodyguard on the back of it. Think about that. There are 80 carries just sitting there in the jungle playing bodyguard for the Skarner. That's a world that we live in right now, and Akuma, they have the luxury of being able to play it that way.
We do see Ari here trying to keep the pressure and keep Oakland University tied down to the towers to create that space for Skarner to take the grubs, and he's able to do so. This means with 6 grubs, they're going to have a substantial pushing power, and we could see this game close out even faster than the first.
It could definitely be the case. Again, Akuma is showing the same level of dominance that they did in game number 1. There's been some pushback. Oakland University did make that play topside, looking for some kills, and again, Zek got that solo kill onto Sudsy. Hasn't mattered a whole lot, because this Darius really still is in that financial position that not a lot of Darius players want to be in at the 12-minute mark. Lane swaps, again, going back to the whole point about the changes, 15.5, top laners rejoice, and, you know, in competitive, carry junglers like the Darius might actually be a little bit more playable this time. It is really hard to work around kind of just how those lane swaps really mess you up, and Akuma has done a fantastic job of that, and they're not looking to stop here. Draxler could be in a precarious position as he's run into Bensap, who's flashing on forward. It's going to be a flash wall there from Draxler, but Will, with the flash over the wall, the Impale onto 2, and the rest of Akuma join forces. The cavalry arrives. Shaggy gets over the wall, the Unbreakable Shield will keep him alive, so it's only 1 going over, but it looks like there is a Karma on the menu underneath this tower here. You can try and channel that recall there, Hensab. They're not going to let you do it. And they are swarming you like sharks. You are chum inside of the water. There's nowhere for you to go. You're pulverized back towards the enemy base. And Gino, Death Taxes and Gino getting the kill, baby. The Alistair is going to pick that one up.
All right, we're going to see some plates go over 2 to widen the lead. 1 plate, maybe possibly 2. And we see Draxa here trading with Bully U. And Gino's getting some...
It did, yeah. Draxler pushed him back. They do get the plates, yeah. And, yeah, I mean, that's only 1 more outer turret standing here for the side of Oakland.
They got the plates for all of them. That's 10 plates going over. We're now only 13 minutes into the game, but there is a 5,000 gold advantage. That means for nearly every minute of the game, they're losing about 400 to 500 gold.
Oh boy, oh my gosh, Zek just got absolutely smoked by Porsche. And Hensap, again, no, this is the most depressing sequence for the Karma ever. With the flash, tries to get away, but Will somehow, someway, that wasn't his ignite ticking. I don't know what ended up giving the Skarner that kill, but this Karma has had a really, really rough game. Now sitting at 0-4, hasn't been able to finish the first time, just got dove back-to-back. Akuma is really making the plays happen, and they're going to get a dragon on top of this as well.
And gold differentials, we were just talking about being 5,000 ahead, but now we're at 6,500 in favor of Akuma, as well as being able to grab that dragon and just kind of deny opportunities to Oakland University. That's twice. I might have to get a counter on the bottom. For context, I am from Iowa. I work with an Iowan school, and you know, sometimes I just can't stop thinking about Oklahoma, which is our neighbors. But Oakland is definitely making their presence be known on the map, and say they're not somebody to be trifled with. You get the revenge kill on the Ari, and Kratos goes down.
Bully U somehow finding the solo kill onto Sudsy. That's definitely interesting. Again, it might be a little difficult in the 1 versus 1 for an Ari who isn't necessarily overly fed to actually knock down the Sivir because of that spell shield. You can block the charm, it can block the second pass back from the Orb of Deception. So there's outplay potential. Maybe some tower shots were taken. I don't know. Bully was able to win that 1 versus 1 though. It's something here once again for Oakland University. The same kind of thing. Sudsy's been solo killed now by 2 different people. And has been having a hard go in terms of those actual 1v1s, but still has been performing very well. Maybe a little bit of limit testing, and Akuma kind of testing the waters here as they are very far ahead. It is definitely their game to lose. I definitely wouldn't mess around too much because, you know, we've seen League of Legends games like this thrown before. The Porsche could be in a little bit of trouble here. Bensap and Hensap, the combo there, the name combo of the century. I mean, Xin Zhao and Karma, it doesn't really seem like a recipe to knock down a champion like K'Sante who's this far ahead.
And there's opportunity and adversity, and as long as they keep their wits about them, an opportunity may likely present itself. I will have to say, though, composition-wise, with the gold differentials being the way they are, it's hard to get back in there. Melee champions follow the same route as top lane. Is once you fall behind, because you have to play so close to the opponents, you know, it can be very oppressive, very easily to get stat checked, whereas long-range champions have the ability to have more skill expression and perhaps outplay and outmaneuver their opponents.
Oh, here we go. Impale is going to connect onto Zek, and that CC is very overwhelming. Sudsy's going to jump right back on in. Excellent play from this trio here from Akuma's side. They knock down that kill. They get the tier 2. Massive injection of gold for Akuma, and that Rift Herald is now up for grabs in the back of the map as well.
Not only Rift Herald, they also have the potential to take that mid lane tower, which I think is the next play here. They're going to take that, pivot over to the Rift Herald. They're taking both at the same time, a split push, forcing Oklahoma to decide which... Oakland! To decide which they are going to defend, if they can defend any at all. You know, maybe I should keep calling them Oklahoma, because every time I make that mistake, that seems to be an opportunity where they come in and they make a play and say, hey, don't forget about us, get our name right, we're strong too.
We're jumping on in with this team fight. Bensap's going in with the Crescent Guard. Jito is the main front line right now. Porsche hasn't taken a whole lot of damage, and it's actually Akuma for the moment on the retreat, but there's a Q3. It's going to jump on the Shaggy, who's going to jump away from the Phosphorus Bomb. Draxler still free hitting in the back line. We got a stalemate for the moment. All the meanwhile, Will was clearing that Rift Herald away and did secure it. K'Sante unscathed, that Empyrean skin. That's a pretty clean skin. That's probably my favorite K'Sante skin of them all. Is going to survive all of that, and Oakland University themselves don't miss out or do not lose any members, but they also don't get anything. They're trying to make plays happen. It's just so difficult when you're this far behind, Malice.
You gotta look for a number advantage, or you have to look for an opportunity where they're debuffed or distracted. At the very least, they just burned their ability, so a window in their cooldown. And that's likely going to be around the Bear Pit, and that's also likely to be around the Akaton, the new objective. I am just butchering my speech today, but you know what? There's opportunity and adversity. One of these days, I will get it right, just like one of these days, we're going to see Oakland bring out a phenomenal fight, hopefully sooner than later. Zach getting caught out by the Ari and the Skarner.
A whole lot of trouble here, and that's it. I mean, there's nothing you can really do there. They're so far ahead, and looks like Shaggy as well in the mid lane dropped. So it's 5 versus 3 on the map. 15-4 is the kill score, and well, Hensap's jumping on in. Whether you're jumping into a pool of water or a pool of lava, that's the question here, because you dropped immediately, got burned by the entirety of Akuma, and they're going to continue the siege onto the tier 2 in the mid lane. And Gino's just saying, bully you, I'm going to bully you, and you're not recalling in front of my face like that. The Ignite is not going to finish the job. The barrier is there, but Bensap is now in a lot of trouble. Gino has been bounced to the other side of the wall here, but Bensap's been pulled through with the Impale. Will just said, get over here like old times with the Skarner. And Gino is trying to get out of the pit here, uses the Unbreakable Will to cleanse away the concussive blows. As Porsche has jumped into the front line, they're taking a whole lot of tower shots. The K'Sante has to be careful. There's the reset for the Darius flashing forward, gets the kill onto Gino as well. And now Akuma have overstayed their welcome, and Zek is angry, looking for more. Draxler is low and is in a really unfortunate position. All the meanwhile, Sudsy just split pushing, taking away those minions and towers. Are they actually going to be able to converge onto the Skarner and the Corki? It looks like they're going to. Yeah, Draxler, you got no flash, but yeah, you don't have any flash.
This is it. This is the moment we've been waiting for.
They got it.
Is taking town. Now, they were able to grab Shaggy in the play there, but another shutdown goes over to Darius. Can we see the gold real quick? I imagine Darius just got a massive cash benefit, a huge economic cash influx, maybe putting him back in the game and making him a threat to the tanks that have been running amok this entire game.
It does have the Spear of Shojin. This is an interesting Darius build. This is not, I mean, I'm not really in touch with what Darius players are building nowadays, but I mean, Spear Shoujin is new. I've seen, you know, the Stridebreaker purchase first, Trinity Force. So is that going to be able to use the cooldowns quite quickly and also deal a good amount of damage, but not take a whole lot of damages? Well, now Zek is overextended, and Porsche and Will are here to punish. Sudsy is in the wings as well, but probably not needed. Zek is just going to run straight into the tower, knows his fate, wants to die as quickly as possible to maybe get back for this Ruinous Otacon play. But no one on the side of Oakland is even going to get there because they're just going to trade that Infernal Drake and all this extra XP going into Akuma's hands.
All you can do is all you can do, and all you can do is enough as long as it is all that you can do. And we can see them trying to follow through on that. They're going down and they're trading for the dragon. They can't contest the Akaton on the top saying they have to let it go, but that doesn't mean there's not a play on the board for them. So they go ahead and they take the dragon, and now they're looking out to shove out the waves and take a defensive posturing. If perhaps they can drag this game out, get those dragons, there might be an opportunity for a playback, a win condition, a win con for them. It's looking bleak, but it's not over. It's not hopeless, and so they have to rally together and steadfast.
I believe is going to have to be that late game hope for Oakland University. The Sniper needs to build that armor penetration to actually eat through the health bar of this starter Casante, because if you just index right now into an Infinity Edge or something like a Bloodthirster, you're not going to be dealing the damage. It looks like Double Longsword, that's going to go into a Last Whisper, most likely a Mortal Reminder of Lord Dominic's Regard. So the Sivir is getting stronger slowly and slowly, but you can't forget about Draxler on the Corki either, who does also scale very well. Now has the finished Monomura. That's really where these mana build, or these tier building champions like the Corki, like the Ezreal, that's where they really get a spike in power. So this is kind of Draxler's moment to maybe carry some of these fights from the backside. Will and Porsche also still nigh unkillable on these champions. It's a big gold lead for Akuma. They're taking it slow. Once the base is cracked, I feel like it's going to become real hard for Oakland University to stop the onslaught.
Well, speaking of cracked base, I think this is going to be the moment we do see the Herald get spawned, and a dive is about to break out. A dive fight. Herald is about to crash in, and Will initiates.
Oh my goodness. It's just going to be the start without any regard for the tower's potential here. As Sudsy's jumping on in, used all charges of the Spirit Rush. The inhibitor goes down, and Shelly is still relatively tanky as, well, Zek is on the top side of the map, was able to get a tier 1, but Will's riding the Herald potentially into the tower, potentially into the enemy team. It looks like the tower is going to be the case. There's so many Void Bites on the ground. Engaging is Bensap on this. Zintao is going to use the Crescent Guard. Porsche jumps in as well. The front line is absolute mayhem, but it's Sudsy and Draxler who are free hitting the Phosphorus Bomb and splashed away from Porsche. Is forced to get out of the range of the tower. Zek trying to tank up and get as many stacks as possible. Will is still tanking in the front side. Zek is trying to find area for an Noxian DT execution. Draxler is getting pretty dangerously low, is going to dodge nicely away from the Glacial Fissure, but the Winter Spike does connect, and now the concussive blows come on through, and Draxler is down. The rest of Akuma is now in trouble. Gino gets hooked in with the Apprehend, and Zek gets the shutdown with the Noxian Guillotine. They hold on to their base and push Akuma back.
And that's, I would probably refer that strategy as a Liz strategy. The strategy here is they cut off their tail to preserve the head. By letting 2 of their players go and die, they're able to save the other 3. This stops a huge influx of gold going back to OU and limits their potential to make a playback here. Now, they did get the shutdown. They did get a lot of gold, but the gold differential is still 8,000 gold in favor of Akuma.
And it's still their game to lose. They are definitely in control. They've opened up the map. They still have avenues to play, and there's still a long way for Oakland University to go. They need like 2 or 3 more of those plays to actually really be considered back in this game. We'll take a look at it again. The crash came down, and it was indecisiveness from Akuma. They didn't know if they wanted to back off, if they wanted to try and end the game, and that indecisiveness kind of let a little bit of extra poke damage come on through from the towers, from the champions here of Oakland University. And then once they went too far forward, Draxler kind of walked up too far, got caught out here by the Braum. Shaggy with the Glacial Fissure makes him kind of sidestep into the rest of the team. Then the Winter's Bite lands, and this is kind of just where the avalanche began.
And the Braum stun was great. Probably a key point to getting locking down that Corki there, and then using the Darius hook to pull the last play. Now, a new fight's breaking out with Will looking to engage on Hensap, is able to lock them down.
And that's a kill immediately going over to the side of Akuma. They looked for the pick onto Draxler, and this just failed right in the middle of their faces here. 2 down. Sudsy grabs 2 kills. Going on forward is this Ahri once again. Charm is going to connect onto Shaggy. On the flank is Porsche looking for Bulliu, who has to use the flash. Zek is another target as well. The rest of them actually look like they're going to escape. Gino does have to be careful. The Darius still has that potential to knock him down, but that's 2 kills. That's jungler down, and you know what time that means there, Malice? That means they're going for the big purple worm behind them.
Oh yeah, it's Baron time. It's Baron time. Oh, yuck. Oh, man, nasty. This is an opportunity of a lifetime here, leveraging the 2 deaths from Oklahoma University. Oh, my lord. Oakland University, Oakland University, Oakland University. I'll say it 3 times to spot it for the mirror. But leveraging that kill, those kills are able to take the opportunity to get that Baron, facilitating a great reset, getting a gold influx of 1,500 gold, and then being able to use that to empower the minions and close out the game. The game will not be going too much longer, but if I keep calling them Oklahoma, I can hope and I can pray that it's just going to infuriate them and they will come back with a resilience, with a wrath of no other, and make that comeback play we're still waiting for.
That's what they're hoping for, at least. And that was the first time I've ever witnessed that. I don't think I've ever heard as elegant of a Baron time call, I guess, from anyone else. That was awesome, Alice. Thank you so much for that. That really kind of made the broadcast right here. And we'll see if Oakland, can muster up that strength that you're hoping for. They got 5 kills on the Darius, does have that Sterix gauge completed, has been that X factor in a lot of these fights, and it's also 3 items now on the Sivir, and it might be enough for them to crack through the front line finally, but it has to be now. They can't wait any longer because the rest of their base is falling. Their Nexus towers are going to go under siege as well. Will plus Porsche look like a 9 penetrable front line here, and there's also now going to be 6 super minions crashing down onto their base with all 3 of these inhibitors down per wave, and it's going to have to be the miracle-based defense here.
You know, where there's will, there's a way, and if they are able to repel this defense, having the 3 inhibs down does mean that the waves will constantly push into them, and they might have a chance to farm them out.
Oh my goodness, here we go. If there's a will, there's a way, but Will plays for Akuma Esports right now, so it might be their time to end this game, but here's the execution from Zek. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Draxler still untouched. The Skarner doing his very best to tank in the front line, but it's Shaggy who's providing the peel, and Zek once again, Noxian Guillotine takes down Will, and now is in hot pursuit. Porsche is the next target. The Winter's Bite connects. Sudsy and Drax are trying to find as much poke as they possibly can with the missile barrages, with the orbs of deception. They are on the hunt. They're playing the Sivir, which makes it all the more better. Porsche is still in some trouble here. Potential soul point for Oakland University.
I'm telling you, man, these are the moments of opportunity. By being resilient, by waiting for the play, by having faith in each other, they are able to flip this around, and they were able to repel that defense. Not only 2 inhibs look to be down from what I can tell on the mini-map there. This could be a chance for them to farm up, get that gold, close that gap, and as we get towards the end of the game, as champions hit that max build, you know, the value of gold starts to decline. It doesn't matter how much gold you have. Once you're full build, you can't invest it or spend it on anything anymore, meaning that that differential starts to matter less and less. And if they can successfully defend this, they may be able to get that 4th dragon, get that soul, and cause an upset.
You're absolutely right. This is dangerous. Now I'm actually worried for Akuma. The other times I wasn't. But the thing is now, there's been so many super minions that Oakland University has been killing that they're getting a whole bunch of XP. This Sivir is getting close to 4 items, that Exodia Sivir moment. And the siege from Akuma's composition has been the real weak point. They have been very much in a position to win this game, but they can't quite find the picks. They can't quite find the dive angles. They're having a hard time actually getting onto these towers. They'll crack the next inhibitor once again, kind of playing that endless cycle there of grab the inhibs and wait it out. The inhibs respawn, grab the inhibs, keep them in this blender, but eventually, like you said, Oakland is going to come back. They are going to be very strong. This Sivir is going to get to those item spikes, and it might be Akuma's sort of timer up. They got to make this happen now.
And it's going to be about what is the trigger point, what is the play that they're looking for. They do have the ability to poke them out a little bit, and perhaps they might look for the window where somebody goes back to the pallet to defend, back to the base to defend. Yeah, no, I think we're looking for an Ari charm here. Or perhaps if they cluster together, we might see a flash play from the Skarner trying to pull them out from there. But it's gotta be one of these CCs, one of these picks, one of these pulls to create the opportunity to siege this.
It's been so difficult, and there's nothing else for Akuma to take on the map. That's the thing. That's why they're all clustered here. There's nothing else. There's no towers. There's no inhibitors. There's no Baron. There's no Drake. There's no Otacon. The only place that they could be right now is right here. They're able to knock down that first Nexus turret very low, about 1 auto attack away from falling. But this is frustrating, honestly, if you're an Akuma player, if you're someone who wants to see Akuma win right here, right now. It's been very difficult for them to do this. Will finds the impale here onto Zex, Darius, but now Draxer's in trouble. The wind becomes lightning from Bensap, does land, and once again, Oakland University has found their fight. They are pushing them back. They are winning, and once again, forcing Akuma back towards their base. Will trying to get out with the Ishtal's impact and is going to be able to do so. Is just going to escape with his life, but again, Oakland University just refuses to lose as Bensap is now onto the Ari as well, but has gone too far forward. No teammates around him, and Draxer will pick up that kill.
Oh man, that might be a blunder right there, seeing him down. He's down as well for 40 seconds. If he just had let them go, it would be more opportunity for a counterattack, a counterplay here. They'd have the tempo on the Baron that's going to be spawning here in the next minute. And if they can continue to shove out these waves and defend these waves, they might be able to make a play for it.
The big moment right now for the side is we'll see the replay once again. This is, again, just the fact that Akuma, they have no way of sieging. They're trying to catch someone out, but they just don't really have those long-range poke tools. They don't have the long-range engage, that hard engage that they really want. And then Zek is able to sort of stack all of these passive stacks onto the tanks, knock them down with the Noxian Guillotine, and once again, it's Akuma being forced back. But now with the Soul here, it's going to be difficult because Oakland University, if they want to contest it, they have to step out of their base. They have to withdraw that protection of their towers this time if they do want to grab that, and that could open the door here for Akuma. Same thing with the Baron to finally make that game-winning fight happen. If they give it up, then I'm afraid we're just going to continue to do this dance around these towers.
The Dragon is something they can absolutely give up. It'd only be the second Dragon for Akuma, but the Baron could be the push that Akuma needs to close out the game. You know, it keeps coming down to asking the right questions and making the right plays. And if they can avoid getting hooked, if they can land the range advantage that they have with Corki and Ari, they might be able to slip a play. Or if somebody makes a mistake beforehand, you know, there's the opportunity of getting to pick like they just did on Bensap when he tried to interrupt them. And so, you know, they keep putting themselves in the right place at the right time with the right solutions. Not quite enough to force it themselves, but they just wait for that opportunity, and it will come.
I want to also point out, and I think it's very much worth mentioning, that Sivir has had so much value in this game situation. Is 400 CS at 32 minutes, by the way. That is an incredible pace to have. As Zek is going really far forward, does have to be careful. Not a lot of teammates in the area, but is so confident on this Darius. And you can see the respect being paid by Akuma. Stepping right on forward to the tankiest members there, Jito and Porsche. They don't really want the smoke. Bensap is going to jump in. One small mistake, though, from Oakland University, and that will spell doom for them. If they lose Zek, if they lose Buliu, these are their big players that they have to make sure stay alive.
I'm glad you pointed out that farm on Sivir. She actually has more items than Corki, being more fed and more developed than Draxar in this position. This means that they can protect it.
Start it up as now that Darius is in a little bit of trouble. They're trying to layer the damage onto him, but he simply does not die. The Corki doesn't really have a whole lot of damage, but there's a massive phosphorus bomb. They're able to knock down Hensab, but Zek is killing everyone in the backside. Draxer able to get back another one. They're on to Buliu. We have fights on two different fronts, but it's a 3 versus 2 potential pentakill angle here, doing his very best C9 balls impression, but no, it will be Buliu to win the 1 versus 1 on Draxer. And are you serious? Akuma, they just can't make it happen here. Malice, we are in for the long haul.
I believe you, man. We are in a position where there are two teams, one desire and one outcome. And I just can't wait to see just what's going to happen. And they are able to repel the defense again for the third or the fourth time in a row. And they are going to leverage this to get the Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul is going to be able to go over to Oakland University. You heard me. I said it right. Oakland University. They're going to get that Dragon Soul, and it's going to be Infernal Soul, no less, which is a substantial power boost. This is going to be a big chunk of burst damage on all the auto attacks, all the abilities that their team has, which is going to put the pressure on Akuma. Akuma is still leading right now, but that goal difference has shortened. We're at a point, even with this replay, we can see it was at 5,000, and now the goal is closer to like 3.
I'm really surprised that the call from Akuma wasn't just to wait for the Infernal Soul to spawn, or the Infernal Drake. You know, it probably would have ended up just being a give from the side of Oakland University, because they know that once they step away from their towers, things get difficult. We've seen the replay of the fight here. And Zek plus Bensap doing such a good job in the backline, but Zek more specifically does so much damage to these tanks. This Darius, we thought it was game over for him with the start of these lane swaps here, Malice, but this has been quite the recovery from this player. This has been quite the surprise of a game. I thought this game would have been over 10 minutes ago by the way that it started. And it actually looks really dangerous now for Akuma. The Infernal Soul over to Oakland. They have outscaled. If they can actually get out of their base now, look at those Sivir items. I mean, that is a scary, scary marksman to deal with.
You know, I have to say, I think that Oakland might be able to take this. When I coach people, we have this thing called the cognitive triangle. And what this is what we think affects what we do affects how we feel, and how we feel affects how we think. And this works in reverse as well. And we can probably infer that the experience they have, the things that are happening in this game are making them feel a certain kind of way, a sense of frustration, a sense of panic as they see this game slipping away. And if they're in this state of panic, that's going to affect the way that they play. And we're seeing slip-ups and mistakes happen on the case of Akuma. The tempo, the momentum, and the morale is on the side of Oakland. Oakland sees this as a chance to make a comeback, to make a message, and go into game 3 with high morale, high energy, and high optimism.
Will has to burn Flash there. Sudsy has to use Spirit Rush because Zek is jumping on in with that Dead Man's Plate, has that extra movement speed, and it is Oakland University that hold on to their inhibitor. Finally able to kind of prevent this 3 inhibitor meat grinder from coming on through. This sort of endless cycle of clearing away minions. And they're at their full item spikes here. I mean, the Karma still has 2 items to go, but the most important thing is the Sivir, the fact that Bully You is full build. Eventually, we're going to get to a point where gold's not going to matter. We're kind of at that point right now, but the scaling is definitely in for Oakland. All Akuma needs, though, I'll remind everyone at home, it is very much, Oakland's game kind of now getting there to lose with the fact that they are so strong. They're constantly winning these fights, but Akuma just needs one fight. They just need Oakland to get out of their base and actually try and contest something. The play here for Akuma, Malice, that I think they need to go for is take control of this river, wait the 3-minute timer for Elder, and try and make it happen right there.
I have to agree with you on that one. They want to play defensively if you're Oakland. You need something big and massive to close this out, and Elder Drake might be the play to do so. If they can keep their inhibitors up, there's not going to be as big as a threat to the backside or to the back door. And this might give you the window to go out and venture outside the base to do that. Same on Akuma, though. They need something that helps them siege. They need something to win a team fight and close it out. If they can win one fight, they don't even have to win it in its entirely, just enough to have a couple members alive. A small advantage is all they need to close out the game. Death timers at this point of game with everybody at level 18 are going to be 40, 50 seconds, which is a huge window to act upon the map.
Is Oakland University going to be able to contest this Baron? It does not look like that's the case. I've honestly lost count of how many Barons have gone through. This might be something like their third. It's at least their third Baron. It could also be even their fourth. I've lost count at this point. But the real break point, yeah, the third. It's going to have to be the Elder where they're going to break this up, because we've seen them take Baron before, and Oakland is just not budging. They refuse to move past their inhibitor line. They refuse to give them a single chance of catching someone out. They've played a really disciplined game here, Malice, but the double-edged sword there is they haven't really been aggressive enough to even, start to knock down the towers of Akuma. They really haven't. They've just played a little bit overly defensive at this point. I feel like they have to get a bit ambitious here if they want to actually pull this comeback off.
I'd have to disagree with you. I don't think the game has allowed them the opportunity to be ambitious here. And a sense of caution, knowing exactly when the precise moment you want to strike, is what they have to do. They're only going to have one shot, and so they have to make sure it's the highest probability play that they can get. And if they make a mistake, if they step out, if they screw up, if they play without the defense of the towers, it's the end of the game for them. So they can forego and defend against certain things. The Baron is kind of tough, but they've shown that they can deal with it twice now, and it's an opportunity to get more gold on the rest of their teammates. Darius is now full build, Sivir is full build, and this is an advantage that they have over the other team.
And it's actually true, because, Akuma has died at the times where the Drake has been alive. I don't want them to fight here. I really think they should back off, set up for this Elder. The last times, this was the moment where they decided to fight. And if they do that and they get aced, now it's going to be an Elder over to Oakland. And that has to be the golden opportunity for them to actually start to get aggressive and start to look for this win. And it looks like Akuma, at least they have to be thinking about that Elder in the back of their mind here. They don't want to get too aggressive. They do not want to throw right before that buff spawns.
Now almost 40 minutes of the game, score is 25-16 in favor of Akuma. goal differential of about 4,000. But, you know, the 4,000 isn't as that impactful. If we really look at how much 4,000 is in the grand scheme of, you know, 70,000 gold, we're only talking perhaps less than 10%, 5% by my approximation.
Yeah, it's been this last sequence that we've seen has been really unfortunate for Oakland. They tried to make the play happen onto Sudsy, who did have to use Spirit Rush, but Zek as well had to use the Ghost. Now the Elder's alive, and there's so much pressure being applied here from Porsche. We see Sudsy TPing in. Nowhere in the area is Bensap. They're deciding to give the Elder here. So this is the prime opportunity among all prime opportunities for Akuma to win this game here. Porsche looks like he's in some trouble on the top side. Does have to be careful. If he drops, the 4 versus 5 is going to be so difficult here for Akuma to play through. And he is going to fall a critical mistake. He did draw a lot of people over, but they are going to have to wait that extra minute now to play with this Elder.
Oh, well, they'll be able to wait it out. Or perhaps if they can find a small trade, a small parallel right here, Gito might be able to get Bensap or Zek. They could leverage it, but they got both buffs, and so this is their moment to really get a pick. I think they're going to reset, though, and wait out that 40 seconds and try to play through the Elder. I'm shaking my head here in a bit of disappointment. I was really hoping Oakland was going to contest that, but this could be it. That could be the fatal mistake that allows Akuma to finally close out this game.
Even though they have the execution, though, they do still have to find a way to get onto Bully You and to eat through all the shields that Karma's pumping out now, all that extra move speed that On the Hunt gives. Every single team fight, Bully You has been completely untouched. Like, this is the Sivir dream right now. 500 CS, full build. It's Exodia. It's so difficult to actually play against. The wave clear potential is insane. Every single wave is just annihilated immediately by the Boomerang Blades. And now that Porsche is alive, now that they have a minute 16 left to go on the Elder here, Malice, it's got to happen now. As we're going to jump right on in. Gito's just going to go for it here. They want to try it out, and he is going to fall to the burn. One will fall before Akuma can really even start off their fight. Now 5 versus 4, looking for more here is the side of Oakland University, although they do have to be careful. The Elder still is available. Draxter is in the backline. That's a huge impale. Could the Wombo combo be here for the side of Akuma? They're able to knock down one. Someone is in the front line here. It looks like that is Bensap, who is going to fall into the Ishtal's impact from Zek is going to be pushing him back into the wall as well, and now Akuma should be able to finish off the game. So hardly fought here from Oakland University, and now it is only down to Bully You and Hensap. Here comes an Ishtal's impact. The spell shield is going to do a good enough job of knocking that down and blocking it from happening, but now the Nexus is exposed. Drax is going far forward, but if they just had to hit the Nexus, can they finally finish it off? They will. That was so close from the Stimmer, actually saving the game. Somehow, someway, this was a absolute slobber knocker of a game here, Malice, but Akuma, in the end, they clutch it out.
Oh, man. That is the best game, the most contested game I have seen in all of Titan history for the time I've been here, which I guess hasn't been too long. But it still goes to show, man, it's not the size of the dog, it's not the size of the fight of the dog, it's the dog in the fight. Oh, man, I butchered it. Whatever, we'll keep going. But Oklahoma came out with a banger of a fight. They had a rough, difficult early game. By all means, they should have been out, and they successfully defended their base again and again and again. They defended off 3 different Barons. They were able to get a massive CS lead on their ADC and almost caused one of the biggest upsets. It really just came down to that Elder fight, and without that Elder buff being the difference maker, I mean, that was it. That was the end of the fight. That was the end of the game, and it's a bit frustrating. I was really rooting for Oakland at that time, despite how it might sound contrary with how many times I butchered their name. I was really hoping that this would be their claim to fame.
Rooting for 2 universities at one time. You're rooting for Oakland and Oklahoma. I'm sure Oklahoma felt the love at the very least that you were given over to them. So they'll be appreciative of that. And unfortunately for any Oakland fans, they are going to be going home. That is it for their online qualifier here. And I mean, not another well fought hard battle in this game, but unfortunately that last little piece that they were looking for was that ability to get out of their base, finally find an ace, and get some towers into their back pocket. They weren't able to do that, and it got really hairy there for Akuma. The first kill of the fight with the Elder did actually go over to Oakland, but they were able to expose the Nexus, and then at that point, I thought it was going to be Bully You with the Boomerang Blades to just kill everybody as they weren't focusing the Nexus. Oh my gosh, absolute roller coaster but Akuma, they finished it up. So all those Akuma fans in chat, you guys, your hearts are probably racing a little bit there. You were getting a little bit worried. It was honestly a really, really close game, but Akuma clutches it up 2-0. They advance to face Titan Esports in the next round. We'll be covering that game as well. That one starts at 7 o'clock Eastern and 4 o'clock Pacific. So in about an hour's time, that matchup will start. So we will go to a break and then we'll come back at that time to continue the coverage of that series. But for now, I'm Ferris. That was Malice. Thank you so much for everyone who is tuning in. Thank you to Chris and Rare Adam, who are our observers and producers for this matchup today. We'll catch you guys in a little bit. See you soon.
Oh man,
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, coming down like precipitation. I ain't never met a limitation. Hate plotting my elimination. Gotta go to Google for the information. I'm a superstar, so I gotta shine. Top dollar be the bottom line. Bottom feeding niggas out of line. Turn your heart rate to a dotted line. Yeah, my zodiac probably dollar sign. Got the energy to win it, my nigga, I'm feeling great. Got a date with destiny, focusing on my fate. I don't give a fuck what you rapping, you been a fake. I'm everything that they ain't, it can't be, it won't be. Wanna see me fall, I can't go, I won't leave. Coming from the block with plain clothes and police. Straight up to the top with bankrolls and rollies. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Ayy, 12 can't really stop shit, so I'm still pushing like a mosh pit. Ice dripping, think I'm hot shit. In the yellow bucket with the mop stick. I've been jugging jams like wholesale. Everything must go sell. Hitting bitches with the oh well. Need 100 million on the low scale. On my worst night, I'm the best nigga. Wouldn't mess with you, couldn't cap to him. Homie spotted me like 700, brought 1100 right back to him. If I can't do it, then it ain't real. I just make dollars, I don't make deals. I've been going hard in the paint, still blowing kush clouds till I can't feel like. Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Welcome back to the Titan Esports broadcast of the NACL Open Qualifier. And here we are a little bit earlier than we thought we would be. We said 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, but we had a little bit of a rolling start. So we are into game number 1, or very soon to be into game 1 between Akuma Esports and Titan Esports. For those of you that caught the previous series, or for those of you who didn't, Akuma took a 2-0 over Oakland University to advance to this round of the bracket to face Titan Esports, who won their first match, then lost the next one to Pepe La La La. And now they are here, lower bracket. The loser of this series goes home. And for Titan, this is probably, well, maybe not their most challenging opponent, but is definitely a team that they might be considered the underdogs for, going up against this very strong Akuma roster. My name is Ferris, joined for the first time by Leslie on the desk for this broadcast. Leslie, it's an absolute pleasure. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling great. Thank you so much. It's just very exciting to get to be here for Titan Esports for this open qualifier, and just excited to have a team in it. I mean, I'm excited that we're here at all. So it's great to be in a position. It is do or die. The winner's gonna stay, the loser's gonna go home. But it is great to be in this position at all. So very excited for the game to come.
Absolutely. And so because of this sort of late start, it was a little bit all over the place. We are going to skip through the draft and we'll go straight into game once that's ready. And it looks like, hey, here we are. We're ready for the game, and we'll kind of get to see, kind of just rip the Band-Aid off. What do we got here for drafts for these players? And so here we go. So we got on the blue side, we've got Titan Esports, and on the red side, we have Akuma. So we got Origin and Meyerson, who is known for the Thresh, by the way. So Meyerson has a pretty good pick here on the Thresh. Corki, Thresh bot lane. Titan has had pretty good Azir player. GFP has been playing some Wukong in the qualifiers as well. So it looks like, at least for Titan Esports side, they got themselves a pretty comfortable draft here. Solid front to back, pretty good scaling. And yeah, on the other side, Akuma with the Vi and the Rumble. I mean, Porsche and Will have done a fantastic job on these two pairings so far in the qualifier. They had a great game against Oakland University with it, and a lot of setup there as well with their bot side and follow-up with the Yone.
Absolutely. I tend to always, for my personal opinion on League, I really love these sort of scaling, team fighting, front-to-back style comps. Tiny Sports putting out that kind of clinic on draft as far as what that is. You have Ornn, Wukong, Azir, Corki, Thresh, just kind of a great overall team fighting team comp versus the side of Akuma Esports is going to have that more pick style. We're going to have the equalizer from Rumble to able to slow and get people out. Of course, cease and desist by Vi. Just a lot of cool pick tools. So it's going to be interesting to see how they execute that as the game goes on.
They did do a fantastic job up against Oakland. And again, that could be a factor in this series, is the fact that Akuma, they got some reps in before this. And I'm sure Titan Esports was playing. They were playing maybe some flex queue, or maybe they scrimmed or something like that. Maybe not a whole scrim block before the match, but they did warm up their hands. But Akuma, they really have shaken the rust off here. They went through an absolute slobber knocker of a game number 2 against Oakland University. One that they almost lost, and they had a pretty big scare of, but they clutched out the Elder Drake. They ended up winning. So we'll see if that extra little warm-up is going to play any type of effect here in this game. As level 2 here from Origin, Garrett Meyerson, they take control of bot side as Jito jumps in with the grand entrance. Ignite goes down onto Meyerson, just going to be a chunk here. Maybe Draxler looks to chase down, but it looks like this will just be some light trading bot side.
Yeah, something to note is, kind of seeing where each team wants to start as far as jungle pathing goes, what they're going to take as a priority. Of course, we see GFP pathing bot side on this Wukong. We see Will pathing to the top side. It's just going to be very interesting to see kind of what each team prioritizes and what they're going to look to play through. I think with Akuma Esports, it's very important to note a little bit of trading going on here in the mid lane, just nothing too crazy. But, the side lanes are a big deal when it comes to Akuma Esports. So, I don't dislike the idea of Willie kind of trying to path towards that top side and get this Rumble out to a lead.
And then it is Porsche with a good push here onto Solidified, getting that priority there. And we did see some heavy trading mid lane, like you said. Sudsy getting super low on the Yone. I thought he was looking for it all in there, and I was going to be like, I don't know if you want that fight. Like, Titan is absolutely crushing your HP bar just with those auto attacks. Doesn't even need the soldiers. But we're going to see Will, you can see on the minimap, going to attack this top side. Scuttle Crab on the other side, we see GFP. They're on opposite sides of the map, and they're looking for maybe a counter gank if they don't know where Will is, but Will is on that top side. Crab could look to help out Sudsy, crash a wave, could look for a potential dive onto Solidify too. That looks like that's what they're actually going to end up going for here on the minimap, or maybe not, just channeling the recall. We'll see if anything ends up coming out of that.
Yeah, just kind of two shifts passing in the night. Obviously, going to cover this mid side, make sure that wave goes in. And the upside cool is, bot side getting the push, going to get that reset, going to get back to lane sooner here. And luckily, both junglers just looks like they're going to go restart their clears and kind of wait to see when these first objectives come up here in about a minute.
There will be that Drake coming up here soon, and it is Will on that side of the map. And we'll see Draxer and Jito do have the push right now, but they've yet to reset. The first reset came through from Origin and Meyerson, so they're going to be here on the map, which probably means that at least this 5-minute Dragon take probably not going to come through. We do see a pretty sort of leveled, even early game. We don't see junglers haven't gotten involved in any of the lanes just yet. We do see heavy trading, but no solo kills going on through. I feel like, Sudsy feels really comfortable on this Yone, constantly going for these trades, even though they aren't necessarily the best for the Yone. They do become really strong once that level 6 is there and that kill pressure comes on through. Azir has a hard time keeping that Yone at bay. The Emperor's Divide can't really do a whole lot up against that Fate Sealed as well. We're going to see GFP and Meyerson get involved here. They cancel the recall, and it looks like Sudsy's going to try and trade one back at the very least, but not going to be successful. Titan Esports, GFP, and Meyerson on the road. They get first blood.
Yeah, absolutely. Great look there, and it'll be interesting to see what they do with this timer that they have. Looks like a little bit of heavy trading going there on the bot side, but nothing coming of it. It'll be interesting to see how they use this time to kind of get this vision, and see if they can get set up for this dragon.
Certainly what they're going to try and do. At least one of these two objectives. Probably going to be seeing a objective trade. It's either objective trades or all-out war here in the early game, because then both teams are looking to grab one of the two objectives. Will is here around the grubs. Not very gankable, is solidified as we see a death sentence connect onto Jito. Takes about half his HP in damage. Will has just parked up shop here around this top side, really looking to find opportunities to get Porsche ahead. It looks like this time around, they're going to be looking for that dive. They do force the Call of the Forge God off a solidified, so this Orin really feeling the pressure early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Great call there. Just to go ahead and clear out that minion wave and kind of dissuade them from that dive. It does look like we are going to go ahead and get this objective trade as we talked about. GFP already on this dragon. Will going to go ahead and take these grubs to start. Of course, pretty easy decision with the bot lane side of Titan Esports having full priority here.
Yeah, they certainly do. The Corki is quite strong. The Thresh can be oppressive as well. Sometimes the Corki falls victim to the extra range of the opponent that he's playing against in terms of the marksman role. And Ashe having that extra range hasn't really been able to apply that pressure a whole lot. But it isn't necessarily the end of the world, as Ashe is going to be more for that utility. Really good lantern there from Meyerson to bring Origin out of that grand entrance. And they're going to find some more really good trades. GFP grabbing that Drake on the bot side is going to kind of be able to set up, not necessarily a vertical jungle, but they have full control of this side. So if they do want to make any plays happen, they can do so. They can look for a dive. They're going to clear out vision. And if Origin can find a good chunk of more damage, maybe they look for this, but Will is still in the area.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It looks like they're trying to get a little bit of an invade off here, but of course, not sure that they're Will looking to connect here. Level 6 being a huge difference maker.
There's the grand entrance. There's the cease and desist. Like you said, Leslie, that Wukong is gone immediately. Jito, unfortunately, is the one to grab the picks. And there's a little bit of an inside joke here, Leslie. I'll fill you in if you weren't able to catch it on the previous stream. But Jito's Thresh in Game 1 for Akuma and Oakland University had 7 kills, more than any other player on the side of Akuma, and was also getting kills on Alistair in Game 2. Now gets this first kill for Akuma. Jito's the support that loves the gold.
Got it. Love to see that. You know what? As entertaining as it is, supportal combat is always pretty fun. So it's always going to be entertaining to see those kinds of things. But of course, in reality, it's kind of a little bit of a disappointment going over to the Rakan. But you know what? Overall, it's still going to be a great pick for the side of Akuma Esports.
Yeah, they like to stop that pressure from coming on through, make sure their bot lane is safe. Will's in the right place, right time. But I noticed a lot of times about Will in the previous series too, able to really make these plays happen for the team, get there, be in the right spots at the right time, go from macro play to macro play, knocking down towers, being around for fights when it comes to objectives. And one of the strengths of Will as a player, again, as we see a Fate Sealed come through, and there's the Emperor's Divide, it did not get the value that Frozen Titan wanted. That Soul Unbound proc there from Sudsy, able to bring him right on back. And that's going to be ultimate down there for both mid laners.
Yeah, and a good thing here, using this priority in the top side, Will kind of invading on and taking some of these camps away, really pushing this lead. As we see, still has a whole level on him. He's going to be up 3 camps now. and just using this priority from the top side to take this advantage.
And here's Myerson and Origin in the area. Draxler is here as well. Sudsy moving in first. GFP is here now to defend. And thankfully, Origin can pick up this wave. And that will be the rest of this sort of invade from the side of Akuma. They did end up lane swapping here. Again, the Grubs already went down to Akuma's side. So now we just have sort of these swapped lane assignments here on the other sides of the map, waiting for the next neutral objectives to come up. Level 6 is now available for the likes of really Draxler here, Will for the last couple bits as we head into a pause. That kind of unlocks a lot of this playmaking potential here for the side of Akuma. Like you said earlier, Leslie, it's a pick composition. They want to find those fast kills. We'll see if they can kind of like up the tempo here as we get into sort of this kind of transitioning from that early game into that early mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. I really want to see, them kind of push the tempo as soon as these key cooldowns, Cease and Desist, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Fate Sealed. We really want to see these, them kind of push the envelope when those cooldowns are on. We want to see them looking to make plays to gain this advantage in the early game. So looks like we'll go back here and do a little commentary while we try to figure out this pause.
Yeah, and it's been a pretty slow early game. It's been pretty controlled. The game that we saw previously, I mean, Akuma versus Oakland University was a little bit more of a mismatch as we are actually back in the game. Thankfully, just a really short pause. This time around, I mean, all of these players are really good. And again, kind of gave that edge over to Akuma because, you had the history of these players here. Draxler being head coach for Immortals, Porsche winning 2 CLOL championships, Will hitting rank 1 in solo queue, getting all those extra reps in the Sido Combine in November, and actually went down to Los Angeles with the other 10 selected players there for that Combine, getting a lot of practice in, preparing for tournaments like this online qualifier. Want to get a whole lot done here for Akuma. And Titan Esports, I mean, this is a team that is really going to push them to the limit. So if Akuma can grab a win here, again, it's still very early on, but this is a team that's really going to kind of push their boundaries and prepare them for next stages if they want to get there. And Titan Esports, same type of situation.
Yeah, I'm interested to see the decision-making coming from Titan Esports here shortly. As Akuma Esports start to get these one-item spikes, they're going to start to be very strong here when we get around the second and third Drake. So I'll be interested to see if they, kind of what their decision or thought process is going to be as far as, maybe we give up certain things and allow our Azir to get a little higher. Allow our Fate Seal coming in.
Oh, Sudsy. Well, that was really overzealous there. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to only hit the clone as Grand Ninjas jumps on in from Jito. Now Porsche teleports on in. A great Emperor's Divide though from Frozen Titan. Peels them back, but the Equalizer is going to grab 2 kills. 1 goes over to Jito. Jito will always get his kill in these exchanges, but Akuma, they pull the trigger and they make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely huge equalizer there at the end. So just absolutely great. And like I said, this kind of goes to that even more. I think if you're Titan Esports, you're really going to have to be careful about choosing your fights. I think you are going to hit a point where the team fights are going to get a little easier for you. But unfortunately, we're still quite a few items away from that happening.
And Sudsy went so far forward too. That was a missed Fate Seal. I thought maybe Sudsy was going to get completely annihilated there right off the rip when he missed that out. But ends up being okay. The rest of Akuma was there to collapse. They get 6 grubs. And another thing, too, about Will, there was a whole play from Sudsy that kind of made me miss out on making this point. But Will is a fantastic objective player. Has been doing a fantastic job from what I've seen of being able to grab these. And also, Akuma's macro has been really nice as well. They get first tower of the game. They get that extra feat of strength. They actually get all the feats of strength here now into their back pockets. And that's going to get them the upgraded boots. They are really good at these macro cross-map plays, getting objectives and getting leads through towers.
Yeah, and they're still going. I mean, I think they're kind of, at this point, realizing that Titan's a little late to rotate here. Just got to see how far they can push this.
Looks like if they can get a tier 2, that would be absolutely insane. The trade is the Drake on the other side. They're just pushing this, though. They might just sacrifice themselves, or at least one of themselves. It looks like the sacrifice is going to be Will. The Grand Entrance is going to try and peel him. Jito probably should have just left the Vi to die here. As 1 kill goes over to Myerson. Origin probably going to pick up the next one with that auto attack. But still, here, Leslie, that's 700 gold on the tier 2 there. Akuma, they made that trade, and they feel like that was definitely worthwhile.
Yeah, absolutely. Flash going to come out here from the Rumble. Yeah, I mean, look at the gold lead. I mean, that tells everything. 2,500 gold. It's just a huge deficit. That's unfortunately just not going to be a great trade. You're going to take what you're going to get, but I think this puts Akuma Esports out into a really great position to kind of control vision and look for these pick angles on this top side of the map.
They are down 2 Drakes. They should be strong enough here, and they definitely are. They're up that 2.5K gold to contest the next ones in 4 minutes to go until those next ones show up, and they'll have lots of time to prepare for those. But with these 6 grubs, already knocked down 2 turrets. Maybe look towards the bot side to make things happen. I mean, Will's already down there. They've rotated Draxer and Jito into the mid lane, try and apply more pressure. Death Sentence from Myerson connects onto Jito. Flay's going to bring him back. Grand Entrance. Going to bring that Rakan to safety. And you said it. That scaling is definitely there for Titan Esports. I see Tess, and I want to keep saying top Esports, but I haven't failed that. I haven't failed that one yet. Titan Esports, though, they got 1 kill on the Corki. They have a Trinity Force on him as well. Nash's Tooth is completed. They're kind of getting to those points where they can find those team fights. But right now, they're just not quite there. It's solidified. Well, that's not the Call of the Forge guy that you really wanted. He's going to miss out on that one. Probably was dead anyways. Good play there from Porsche Mill to get another one over to Akuma.
Yeah, well, I think something to point out is not only did they make this huge trade on the top side, getting the tier 1 and tier 2 towers, all the additional gold lead. Ooh,
oh my goodness, Sudsy! Oh, that was almost the killing blow right there. The Soul and Bow, not quite enough damage, but it looks like it is Titan Esports who found themselves a Draxer. Myerson unfortunately grabs the kill, but they're able to make a play and knock down the Akuma AD carry.
Yeah, he's trying to do his best Jito impression here and see how many kills we can stack up on this Thresh.
It's a competition.
But like I was saying, something to point out is, they did make this trade, but in the process of making that trade on this top side, look at how far Titan is fallen behind. He's a level down. You're about half a level down. He's going to be down about 20 CS now. And unfortunately, that was just from dropping those couple of waves tops when he wasn't able to contest. So putting that carry... Ooh.
Oh no, Origin gets tagged with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Does have a cleanse though. GFP is trying to provide the peel, but in jumps Jito all the way from Narnia with the double battle dance, but goes too far forward and ends up dropping both supports down, although a shutdown goes to Sudsy on this Yone, the first kill of the game for him. He's going to be quite happy to pick that one up, and Akuma still very much in the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Good thing to note. Obviously, just talking about carries. Ooh, we're going to see what happens here.
Sudsy just wants this 1v1, but here's GFP. Actually, the Q3 connects onto both, and he gets that kill. He might just win against GFP as well. He's got the stacked lethal temple. The Q3 is going to connect, going into the clone is GFP. This is a 1v1, and GFP does not want the smoke. He flashes over the wall, and Sudsy is just running the Titan Esports top side of the jungle. They're looking to make a plan to solidify. Now, this Akuma team is so fast, so quick to tear open the entire map, showing that right here, right now. Draxer, though, in trouble, is going to drop to Origin in the mid lane. We got action absolutely everywhere here, Leslie.
Yeah, absolutely. Will, great timing there, really understanding, using cease and desist to cancel that animation, allowing that dive to be successful. Just absolutely great execution. Sudsy in that jungle, taking this 2v1, coming out on top with a kill and pushing GFB out of the jungle. Akuma's kind of running away with it. The silver lining here is that Origin is picking up some gold. We missed this kill that he had in the middle on Draxer, and he is 3-0-2, 164 CS, working on his second full item right now, this Man Immune. He's got to be the focal point for any fights that Titan Esports decides to take moving forward.
Absolutely. Pretty much the only glimmer of hope for them. Everyone else is really not having a great time. Porsche's Rumble has been absolutely fantastic, this online qualifier, and just showing that right here. Will has worked so well with Porsche. On top of that, has been a pretty selfless player, has played the Skarnus, has played the Vise, has done a fantastic job of getting the team ahead. And the most impressive thing about this team has been how quick they've been able to play. It's only 17 minutes. It feels like we are so accelerated. Towers are dropping left, right, and center. And it feels like we're already at a point where if you drop all 5 members, you could genuinely be losing your base. Your base could be cracked open. We're getting to the point where it's soul point potentially for Titan Esports. This game has been super fast paced, and honestly though, it's made for quite the entertaining one.
Absolutely. I mean, you get to points in this game when you look at the map state and you're like, oh, let's look at a Baron. Let's look, like you said, let's look at soul point or soul, and it's like, man, we're still 7.5 minutes away from this Baron. I mean, we are so early on in this game. Of course, Akuma Esports with full control of this bottom side jungle, plenty of vision out, going to take this dragon pretty uncontested. Like I said, if you're Titan Esports, you really have to bide your time and collect as much gold as you can on Titan and on Origin, and then really you're just going to have to pick a moment. You're going to have to pick, a dragon fight. You're going to have to pick a fight around, Otacon. You're going to have to pick a fight around a choke point. You're going to have to choose your moment, and that's really going to be your only chance to kind of fight your way back into this game.
Could be around this Rift Herald if they want to. They're trying to set up some vision around it. And it looks like the time is now for Akuma to start it. But the recalls are being channeled from Titan Esports. They're just going to give this one away. And this is a really dangerous objective to give away to Akuma because they have been so good around these objectives. As Porsche is going to flash away from a searing charge, worried about a potential teleport coming on through. You have to believe Call the Forge God is going to knock him up. Closing the gap has solidified. Or you know what? Maybe Porsche was just afraid of the Orange solo kill. That's just how strong this champion is. You can queue up the Orange copy pasta if you want. Frozen Titan is waiting in the wings. Origin wants to kill as well. Flashing forward is solidified. Air throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this guy. And finally, they'll bring him down.
No, and I mean, I think that's a great option for them. I mean, you look, as they take the Rift Herald. There's no way you can contest it. You don't have any avenue in, but you're going to take advantage of this reset timer, right? While Akuma is getting back from base, they're going to use this opportunity to try to get a pick and get some gold into a carry's pocket here.
Frozen Titan could be in trouble. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will miss, and that will mean Will is turning off the button for that play. He also saw the teleport in from Solidified. But Jito is in the area. Will looks like he wants to try and continue this play. Sudsy is on the top side of the map, sort of top side of this play. He is now teleporting in, but did actually get canceled by someone. Was it Meyerson that canceled? Well, it was 3 people. 2 people, actually. I thought 3 people because of the clone. But that's a kill onto Sudsy. Big play here for Titan Esports. They catch out that Yone, trying to look at the minimap and look at other plays and kind of shut everything that Akuma wanted down here.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunate timing on that TP. Maybe just a little bit of miscommunication on where the members of Titan Esports were. But I would say that's a huge misstep and a great capitalization from Titan Esports. I think trying to push. Got a little bit of fighting going on in the back here.
Yeah, it's going to be Born in trouble right now. Solidify is completely caught out, but so is Porsche. Both top laners are really just frontlining for absolutely no one right now, but a tier 1 was also collected for Titan Esports on top of this. Actually, 2 tier 1s, because on the bot side, Frozen Titan was using that extra time, that man advantage that Titan Esports had to grab that bottom tier 1 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a great way to kind of, again, you're not evening things out, but considering all that's happened, they were at a 2.5K gold deficit. They're still at basically a 2.5K gold deficit. So for you to not sink any further down with this gold leak is definitely a great way to start a potential comeback.
Voracious Otacon is available, so a new objective introduced into the fold. And I expect Akuma to jump on this relatively quickly based on the way that they are normally liking to play around these. They take those Otacons pretty quickly. If they can get those false lives, that they can really push the issue and force fights without having to worry too much about those repercussions. Although we do know a lot of teams can actually throw games with that Voracious Otacon. They go too far forward. They get too drunk on power. And Akuma isn't really in the spot where they can do whatever they want. This is still a game, and again, talking about that scaling, Titan Esports could definitely very much come back and could potentially happen around that Voracious Otacon, and that is really where we do see a lot of games blown wide open.
Yeah, and I want to point out the items here on Origin. Just, he's very close to having this Man Immune fully stacked, as we do see it tick over here to Manmira. It's going to be a huge power spike for him. Of course, he's got a little bit of an additional defense. Looks like they are going to go ahead and start it up here. Will maybe giving a little bit of a fake out showing on the mid lane, but like you said, they are going to just go ahead and start forcing it. We'll see if Titan Esports decide to contest.
There is a TP available for Frozen Titan, and the rest of them are in the area here. They're going to kind of realize what's going on once they spot this out. It's down to 4,000 HP. Solidified's going to throw up the Call of the Forge. Obviously, teleport coming in here from Porsche, trying to distract everyone. Is the recon, but there's the Smite Seal that's going to come in from GFP. Now the False Life Start here for Titan Esports. Here is the potential throw that's happened, but that's a big Fate Seal that lands onto 2, but there's not a whole lot of follow-up here, as the snapback is going to have to come through from Sudsy. Porsche is trying to do as much damage in the backline as possible. Draxler is late to the party. Solidified is taking up a whole lot of damage and finds the Searing Charge to knock up the Ashe. It's Sudsy. It's Draxler trying to stay alive, trying to knock down these False Life. Frozen Titan flashes forward. He cannot grab Sudsy. Maybe he can find Draxler, but he cannot. This Ashe is gliding all over the place, and they get the steal, so that will mean that Titan Esports do avoid a potential disaster.
Yeah, and that's a huge. I mean, they're within 1,000 gold. They're 800 gold now. We have this, and they're going to be right back out on this map to look to potentially contest this Drake. I mean, that was a great indication there. Of course, Orin being able to get the Call of the Forge got off before Grand Entrance connects. I mean, great pickup by Titan Esports. Definitely a great window to get back into the game here.
The hero play from GFP to find that Smite steal.
Yeah.
And, 4-0 still for Origin on this Corki. Has that Mount Amura power spike working towards that Mortal Reminder or that LDR. full control over the pit right now for Titan Esports. It doesn't look like Akuma want any of that smoke. There's still a false life on Myerson, the only one remaining with that. Draxler finds time to get the mid push, but is now in a really interesting spot on the map. I don't know if Myerson's going to continue the chase. Looks like he is, but there's just no teammates around him right now. And this game now is actually going to slow down just a little bit here as Akuma realize, Titan Esports, they do have a lot of potential to push back with their fast-paced plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And now when you factor in these dragons, Titan Esports being on Soul Point, from a gold perspective, they're actually in a pretty great spot. The big upside for Akuma here is they still have so much map control, right? I mean, they still have this T1 on the top side. They still have all of their T2s, so they Titan Esports has a little more work to do when it comes to kind of getting that vision and setting around for objectives. But as far as the gold lead, I mean, it's pretty evened up at this point.
And they're going to be getting a lot more experience onto Solidified, who is still only level 13. But those ornaments are going to come through as well, so they're going to get that extra stats on their items as Will's going to take a chunk, but Will just wants to jump right on him with the cease and desist. They're going right onto Origins. The arrow does not connect. This Corky's lasting for so long, but there's the equalizer from Porsche that's finally going to bring him down, but it's already a trade. Jito goes down as well. Still relatively worth it for Akuma. It's ADC for support trade, and the shutdown goes Akuma's way.
Yeah, the one silver lining here is that Titan picks up that kill, right? Just trying to accelerate this Azir as fast as possible. He is on 2 items now. He's got a couple of stacks on his Dark Seal. He's going to be, again, a key focal point to them winning these fights as time goes on.
Certainly will be. Working towards those 3 items. Nash's Tooth, Leandri's Torment, now level 15, working towards level 16. This side lane matchup between Sudsy and Solidified is one that Sudsy is going to like, but Solidified has done a really good job of just making sure that the Yone can't hit the tower, and it's just trade for trade. Maybe, Sudsy's getting free solo XP, he's getting towards those big item spikes, working towards an Infinity Edge on that 3rd item, but if you're the Ornn, at least if you can get XP, work towards more ornaments, and you can hold that Yone, then you're going to be okay. But we did see the power of that hard engage, Porsche's Rumble as well, not something to forget about here. Almost 3 items, that equalizer really hurts.
Absolutely. And now with this, Baron Nashor spawning, I think it's going to be very important, especially because the Dragon, I mean, we're still 2.5 minutes out from this Soul Point. So Akuma Esports, as a moment, they have a couple of minutes here where they can really try to force something without getting punished per se. And if you're Titan Esports, as you can see here, they've got to be aware of this potential Baron take. And they've got to kind of protect for it. As you do see that Akuma Esports kind of taking care of this bot side jungle, and it'll be interesting to see kind of what choices they have here. Giving up the mid prio completely, no wave to be taken care of, but interesting to see if they're just going to look at maybe a play by this top tower. Porsche kind of pushing back here.
Porsche has to be careful, recognizes what's going on, and gets on out of there. Tier 1 goes down top side for Akuma. Titan Esports able to pick that one up, as Sudsy can just ignore this Ornn. It just doesn't really matter. He does do a little bit of damage here, but does have to be careful. Able to grab that tier 2 as Frozen Titan looking for a play onto Porsche, looking for potentially the solo kill. But there's the equalizer. There's the Flame Spitter plus the Zanyas, but able to sidestep it is a Frozen Titan. Finds himself that solo kill. Nice heads up play here. Should be able to get out as well. Oh my goodness. Dodges away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Now channels the TP. Does Will have the range to get in there for the cease and desist? He does not. And it ends up being sort of a 1 for 0, but a tier 2 on the other side for Akuma.
Yeah, great heads up, great dodge there. But again, you talk about Sudsy getting to these huge items. It's an additional 700 gold that he still has yet to back for. You got to imagine the Infinity Edge going to be coming in for him. He is going to be a monster, and his ability to get on that back line is I mean, it's incredible. I don't have another word to say for it. I mean, he's going to be able to put out a ton of damage to the back line on Titan Esports here.
Certainly is. Has that Seeker's Arm Guard completed, so will have that available for himself to keep himself safe. And working towards that Zanya's Hourglass. 3 item breakpoints for both mid laners on the way. They're getting to the points where they're really scary. We got a close game on our hands. And in 40 seconds here, that's going to be the soul if Titan Esports can grab it. A Mountain Soul here with an Ornn is going to be fantastic. He's going to be really difficult to take down, especially when you're playing something like the Ashe, who isn't really your premier tank killer champion. You're going to rely a little bit more on Sudsy to be that person. And now we can see the tension building around this Drake, building around this Baron as well, because, you could actually go for a trade here if you are Akuma. It wouldn't really be wise because Baron for Soul is a little bit sketchy, but at the very least, you can threaten it and kind of see how Titan Esports react.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Akuma wants to pull the trigger on any of these huge huge ultimates that they have.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
looks
looking
like
for Porsche. They have found him, and he is gone. He's not able to use his Zonies because that's already been popped. Now 4 versus 5. The fight is going to start. Sudsy lands a Fate Sealed onto multiple members, but the peel is just way too good here from Titan Esports. They're playing this front to back beautifully. Will has no more teammates. Draxler is trying his very best to eat into Solidified's health bar, but it just does not matter. This Ornn is way too tanky, and Titan Esports might have just outscaled in this game. Now they got free time to hit the turrets.
Yeah, huge. And like I said, Sudsy able to get on that back line, but they were able to play that front to back so beautifully and kind of, contain him in a way that they may just be looking to end here.
They might. And it's 24 seconds. I think it's wholly possible. But playing the safe game, looking to get that soul for themselves and then run it back with one more fight, I think is definitely going to be a wise choice here. I guess, if there's any criticisms to give towards Akuma, this was kind of the situation they had against Oakland University where they got super far ahead and then they struggled to convert towards those later stages of the game. It's kind of the same type of thing that you see here against Titan Esports, who are going to claim themselves the soul. The response is going to try and be this Baron. Question is, can they do it in time?
Yeah, big thing here is we've got a lot of members of Titan Esports who have not recalled, have not spent this money, but they may still look for the fight with Mountain Soul.
They are absolutely going to do that. Solidified is tanking in the front line. Draxler and Will are going to be able to get out of the pit thanks to the flash and the Vault Breaker. No pursuit here for Titan Esports. But honestly, they do lose the Baron here, Leslie, but getting that Mountain Soul is definitely something they're going to be a whole lot more happy about in the long run.
Absolutely, and being able to open up this middle inhibitor, it's going to continue to buy them some time. Baron not going to be quite as threatening. Of course, you do have to be careful. Akuma still has a lot of pick potential. Enchanted Crystal Arrow, a lot of times we see pull out some pretty amazing plays. So you do have to be careful because you get to pick in a side lane or you pick somebody else, and it can kind of open up an opportunity for Akuma to kind of spread them thin and really try to take advantage of this Baron. So excited to see how they try to absorb this Baron right now.
It's going to be tough. The siege potential is really strong. There's lots of poke from Azir. There's engage potential from Azir. Long-range engage with Call of the Forge God. Missile barrages. Death sentences. This is a fantastically crafted composition here for Titan Esports. The really only exploit, like you and I talked about here, Leslie, was that early game. It was exploited relatively well, but now we're here in the late game, and Titan Esports is loving it. But what they aren't actually loving too much was that Emperor's Divide. Unfortunately, that misses out, but not going to be too big of a detriment for the moment.
Yeah, sometimes maybe a little bit of nerves getting there, just a little bit of a misclick, but not too detrimental. Nothing going on here, no pressure. Obviously, we do see Porsche pushing on this top side, but again, no real pressure existing in the moment, so not going to be punished too far for that misstep. So
a little bit more difficult as well to actually push into this Baron buff, and we're actually getting items on Draxler. We're getting items on Sudsy as well. So there's still potential. And like you said, the pick potential is still there for Akuma. They, right now, have pretty good control of this map. I just don't know. When it comes to going blow for blow here right now with Titan Esports, who have scaled so well, they're having a hard time doing that. So they're going to have to get creative here. And you can see that right now with Sudsy and Will just sitting here in the bush, hoping to find someone that they can pick off, then maybe force a 5 versus 4 fight. Because going 5v5 against what Titan Esports have is just so difficult. And I think Akuma definitely recognized that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think a big thing there is that Titan himself was kind of behind for a large majority of this game, but especially after this Otacon fight, he has been able to kind of rise himself back up. He's been the recipient of a lot of those kills, a couple of shutdowns, and now he's just, he's so powerful at this point, looking like he's about to finish up the Rabadon's death cap here shortly, and he is just going to be able to pump out so much damage.
It's going to be an insane power spike. The amount of damage that the Azir does on that spike will be incredible. Is ahead in gold over Sudsy, and it's a really tense game right now. For the moment, Akuma are the ones that are more so on the offensive. They're the ones pushing out waves. Again, they still had that Baron in their pocket. It just ticked over now, so we got 3 minutes until the next Baron objective. And the question is, are Titan Esports going to be the ones to pull the trigger here? Are they going to ones that are going to look for a play? Maybe collapse here off of the rest of Akuma looking for Frozen Titan? It's been a lot of different times where Akuma's been the one to engage. It doesn't really work out. Sometimes Titan Esports have been the ones to jump on in for a play. But right now, we're getting a really slow game that, honestly here, Leslie, it could potentially come down to Elder with that objective showing up in 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, something I want to see from Akuma Esports is really take advantage of this vision control that you have and your pick tools, right? I mean, this Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Cease and Desist, they do have the ability, like we keep talking about, to kind of pick a target and blow it up. However, I think, as you see here, Titan Esports already pushing into the spot side, clearing out vision, getting set up. And Akuma is they just weren't there. I mean, now they're kind of pushing their way back in, but I think this vision control is going to be extremely key if Akuma really wants to find this opening.
That's what they're doing right now. You can see Will clearing away some control wards, although there's still 2 very important blue wards here for the side of Titan Esports. It's going to reveal a little bit about the jungle to them. A minute and a half to go on the Elder. Titan's level 18. Titan's got that death cap we were talking about earlier. He's level 18. He's got the Mountain Soul. That's a really dangerous bird right there. Same thing with Origin, you can say, who now has the Bloodthirster on top of everything else. The armor penetration, stacked Monomura that he's had for a long time, the upgraded Trinity Force, that ornament Trinity Force, the recontrol of the river here for Titan Esports, and canceling those recalls. Honestly, the priority is so important here for both of these teams. They can start the fights off on their own terms. They can clear out vision. That makes it so difficult to walk into both of these teams who have a lot of engaged potential.
Yeah, and I mean, we're looking, something I would like to see from Akuma is really trying to push that side lane pressure to kind of relieve something and give them a chance to maybe look at a 4v5 or something like that. The problem is, now with Sudsy without TP2, I mean, you don't have quite the freedom that you would normally have. And like that, just one auto from the soldier doing a couple of 100 damage there. I mean, like we were talking, Frozen Titan just absolutely massive. And I think, unfortunately, it's going to be very difficult for Akuma to kind of get in and look at this Elder. Titan Esports doing a wonderful job of getting priority in this mid lane, getting that tower back up, and it's going to take a very big hero play, I think, from Sudsy or Will here. Ooh.
The Ram is going to go wide, flash off of the Rumble. Inhibitor is open and available to take for Titan Esports. Equalizer going to be used to clear away the wave, and it's Akuma that has to get back to base here because they're just going to lose the game. You can see all the recalls being channeled right now. Porsche's gone. They're on to the Nexus Towers. This is the biggest fumble I've ever seen. Akuma absolutely opened the door wide open for Titan Esports to steal away the Game 1 win.
Absolutely. That was great. They said, you know what? We're not going to allow us to get out hands. We're not going to allow this to happen. We're just going to push while you think we're looking for this Elder, and they take the game away. I mean, that's great. That's awesome.
They say thank you very much. I can't believe that's how that game ended. They were building up so much tension. We're talking about this Elder Drake, and then they just waltz up, they take down Porsche, and they walk in and they end the game. I cannot believe that's how we get that end. But Titan Esports, they'll be happy about that. They'll say thank you very much. And for Akuma, I mean, I think this game, on top of their game number 2, like I was mentioning earlier, against Oakland University, it's a little bit glaring with this team. They have a phenomenal early game, and they have a really fast-paced early game. We saw that with the tower takes, the gold that they were able to get over Titan Esports. But when it comes to mid to late game, their decision-making could be a little bit better. Their fight takes might be a little bit poor, or maybe it's their comms that are faltering. But they have a hard time getting these leads and then closing out those games. Titan Esports took advantage of that, and with this scaling hop, they take game number 1 in a series where we were kind of saying before the game started, Akuma was technically the favorite here. So now Akuma down that 1 game as we head into the break. They're going to have to be thinking about how can they bring back this series, because again, it's do or die for both of these teams. Titan Esports with that 1-0 lead. We're going to a break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2 and see if we get the conclusion of the series or if we're going game number 3. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Titan Esports coverage of the NACL Open Qualifier and a lower bracket matchup between Akuma Esports and Titan Esports. The hometown team with a 1-0 lead over their opponents, taking a really surprise win. It was getting down to the end of the game, but without a team fight, without much resistance, it's Titan Esports that kind of catch Akuma with their pants down, base wide open, and grab away the victory for themselves. A really well-fought mid to late game. I'm Ferris. This is Leslie. We're getting close to the Game 2 draft here. And what do you think from Akuma's side here, Leslie? Well, what do you kind of think goes wrong for them in Game 1? What do they need to do draft-wise? Maybe it's their gameplay they need to adjust. How do they fix up what went wrong for them in Game number 1?
Yeah, well, I think the first thing that kind of strikes me about this game number 1 is they were completely in control of the tempo for the first 10 to 12 minutes of the game. Absolutely did a wonderful job pushing things around, using their cooldowns to get these picks and kind of advance their leads. And then they kind of just quit. I mean, there were moments as we get into draft here, where Vi's cease and desist was off cooldown and ready to be used for minutes at a time before it was being used. So that's definitely something I would like to see if they like to stay with the same style of draft. Otherwise, I think I wouldn't be against them kind of trying to match the same style of draft, that more team fighting centric, and seeing if they can just kind of outplay Titan Esports on that front.
So we didn't actually see in the first game how the draft actually played out. We didn't get to see the bans really. We didn't get to see the order of picks because we had that little scheduling error, but we're now into the draft for game number 2. We can see what these teams are looking to target. We can see jungle bans here from Akuma's side. Don't want to play against that Skarner. They're actually opting in to take away the Skarner on blue side, which is interesting, which kind of shows us that Akuma does not want to play that pick here. And Bessa, Talia taken off the board. A lot of these skirmishing style picks, these real, well, maybe not necessarily Talia, but pick oriented. You can, make skirmishes happen with your Weaver's Wall and get involved all across the map. So that being taken off the board, we'll see what does Akuma prioritize for their B1.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. Looks like that's going to be an interesting B1. Obviously, a little bit of flex, but we're tending to see this kind of geared more towards the jungle. Maybe this is something that Will's got a little bit of tech on. Not quite sure. Maybe you have some insight there.
He definitely does. This is definitely a practice. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It's definitely a practiced Will pick. It's pretty standard in the jungle nowadays. And so if you're going to be playing up, if you want to be playing up in the NACL, you're going to be knowing a lot of these picks here. And so that's likely going to be the case here for Will. I'm surprised they actually are opting in for the Sejuani. Is Titan Esports. This is a pick that I feel like would naturally struggle into something like a Zyra because it has that disengage. The Stranglethorns are a really good job of keeping melee enemies at bay. And the Ezreal on top of this for Akuma as well is going to be a lot harder to lock down with Chains of Corruption from Varus, with Glacial Prison from Sejuani as well. And the blind Smolder here, there's a lot of interesting blind picks from Akuma's side. I'm not sure about the blind Zyra. I'm not sure about the blind Smolder here. I'm interested to see what Frozen Titan responds to this, which what looks like a Smolder mid.
Yeah, it looks like Hui going to be getting locked in here. I do like to see Varus kind of on the back foot, obviously looking to prioritize probably this top side pick as traditionally seen on R5. Varus being a very great blind pickable AD carry, a lot of decent matchups, not very many bad matchups, just kind of easy to execute in that laning phase. But the blind Smolder, I'm with you. That's catching me a little off guard. I'm very interested to see what their final 2 picks are going to be to kind of round this out. We do see them pinching the support pools. Nautilus, Leona already taken off the board. Poppy going to be that next one. Could be something simply to see like the Rel maybe being banned away. But yeah, I'm very curious to see how they round this comp out. Looks like the Gwen going to be taken away for the top side here, but this way kind of another way for Titan Esports to buy space, and it'll be very interesting to see what Akuma uses here.
We have very limited engage options on Akuma's side, and you can see the bans from Titan Esports coming through Leona and Poppy. They want to limit as much engage potential here for Akuma as possible, because if they can't jump on you, then they're going to have a hard time beating you here. They're going to lock in the Gragas, not necessarily the most reliable when it comes to starting off a fight. Can create a lot of good space, can peel, the cast can be good to start things off. But right now, I'm really liking the draft that Titan Esports have gotten for themselves. It's very similar to last game. And now it's going to be Akuma that's locking in the Alistar here. There's a lot of peel options, there's a lot of disengage, but I really worry about the actual go button here for Akuma once again.
Yeah, they're definitely going to struggle. Olaf going to be the R5 pick here, locked in. I mean, Akuma's definitely going to struggle if they can't get to these objectives first. This lane priority is going to be extremely important for them, pushing through the lanes to then kind of get into the jungle and look for vision. But like you said, the lack of a go button is going to be very interesting. Sejuani and Rel here being two huge engaged pieces from the side of Titan Esports. I am very excited, but I think personally, looking at these kind of drafts laid out, not to be biased, cheered for the home team here, but I definitely like Titan Esports draft a whole lot more.
It is looking like a very Titan Esports style of draft. It's very similar to what they had in game 1 and what worked for them in game number 1. We're jumping onto the Rift for game number 2, Titan Esports versus Akuma. And this is do or die for both of these teams. Akuma have to win this game. They have to win that eventual game number 3 to keep themselves alive in this open qualifier here. I have to talk about this topside matchup as well. The Olaf into the Gragas. Not a lot of melee-style champions on this Akuma team, but the Gragas does like to keep the space with the top laners they're playing against, why it's so good into Jax, into things like Renekton as well. Olaf uses that Ragnarok here, Leslie. It's going to be hard for the Gragas to keep the space.
Absolutely, and you wonder if that's going to kind of affect which way these junglers path. GFP obviously posturing on this top side, not necessarily where he's going to start. But you'd like to see, are they going to path towards and try to push this Olaf? Or are they both going to match, look at this bot side, and let Olaf kind of try to run this lane by himself? So it's going to be interesting if they try to put any resources there. But something else I want to talk about is this mid lane matchup. Smolder versus Hui. I mean, this is definitely a little interesting. I think Hui is going to hit a point where the ability to push that wave until Smolder can get some stacks, it's going to give him kind of a lot of control, and I'd be concerned at how Smolder's kind of absorb that early pressure.
I wholeheartedly agree with you here, Leslie. It's going to be the priority for Hui. Now, that does open up the door for Will to try and set up some ganks, but the setup isn't really that great. Smolder doesn't provide a whole lot. It really would have to be the very big overextension there from Frozen Titan to get that kill down. And also getting stacks for Sudsy too when you're facing all of this obnoxious Hui poke. It's so hard to deal with when you don't have a lot of range. It's really hard to keep your health bar safe, let alone worrying about maybe where GFP is on this Sejuani, especially pre-6 or post-6 rather, with the Glacial Prison can catch you from so far away. So a lot of important things to pay attention to in these lanes, but we'll see how well Sudsy does. Has done a pretty good job in the lane phases so far, at least today. From what I have seen, this player has been quite good at weathering the storm in those lanes. And we'll see if Titan Esports can weather the storm of this early game as well. The strength of Akuma has been their early games. This time around, though, with the Smolder, might be changing pace.
Yeah, and I think you see some great things coming out from the top side. We have vision. We understand that Will is pathing towards this top side. You get that second wave crash, try to get the wave to bounce so you can start having it pushed back towards you, try to avoid this gank. I mean, I think it's a good heads-up play. And although I say that, and it looks like he may be looking here, Will going to sneak in.
Will is here, solidified. Definitely not expecting this one here as, well, the red buff is doing a good job of slowing him down. He popped the ghost. He dodges away from the root, but this should just be the kill. There's no flash for the Olaf. That's a really good shield. Will flash for this. Porsche is going to be the one who does it in the end. The body slam connects. First blood goes to the Gragas. And Akuma, they strike first once again.
Yeah, that's interesting. We had vision. We had a ward on those chickens from the side of Titan Esports, so we knew that Will was pathing to that top side. So, maybe just not expecting him to skip camps and kind of make that gank so early, but definitely a great spot to start from for Akuma Esports. Like we said, controlling that early tempo is something that they really tend to excel at.
Will getting involved, doing a fantastic job. GFP, the meanwhile, clearing away, is going to move inside of Will's jungle, but there's not a lot of camps to grab. He's going to maybe look for a pick onto Sudsy, who is very low. Again, good setup from Frozen Titan on this wave. It's really hard for Smolder to do anything here. He's going to have to reset and get a TP back in unless Will's going to help him out in crashing this wave. Control in the bot side for Meyerson. And the Varus here, Origin, gets knocked up with a headbutt pulverize. We see some trading going down. Ignite goes onto Jito. Draxler with this lethal tempo is stacked up quite nicely, but GFP is in the area. Jumping in is Garrett Meyerson. Draxler could be in trouble. The flash Arctic Assault, but there's a flash pulverize from Jito, and he headbutts GFP back into the turret. What an outplay from the Akuma support, but they end up going too far forward and give a double kill over to Origin, and Titan Esports are the bigger beneficiaries of the play.
Absolutely. Almost a fumble saved up by that double kill from Origin, able to kind of clean it up, but definitely not very well executed. So we'll see if they continue to push this wave. Looks like Will's just going to go ahead and let him go by. Yeah, I mean, that really was, almost disaster for the side of Titan Esports.
It was a good start for Origin in game one. Again, going to start here 2-0. Going to kind of see how this all unfolded once again. So we saw the fight break out. G2 wanted to go in. They know, well, they thought that they could win out in this play. Draxler has the lethal tempo, so does a lot better in this situation than the Poke Varus does. But here comes GFP, and this was a fantastic play from G2. The flash pulverize into the headbutt. Good heads-up play, no pun intended, to make that happen. But then they just kind of stick around, and Origin is able to punish.
Yeah, I'm not sure the step forward from Draxler, just unfortunate there. And I think also the piercing arrow missed by Origin on Jito is another huge indicator for that fight. But hey, picking up 2 kills, Origin off to a strong start again.
Will is in the top side looking for Solidified, flashes forward for the root. Do they have the damage to knock him down? It looks like they definitely do. The shield is going to do a good amount to shield Solidified to try and keep himself alive, but he just wants to go for the fight. He accepts his fate, and he gets knocked down once again. Garrett Meyerson looking for the flank here, but it's Jito who's locked him down underneath the tower and brought him so very low. Draxler uses the arcane shift to escape. Origin and Meyerson walk on out. GFP on the Drake and Will on the Grubs.
Yeah, looks like another objective trade here. Of course, huge priority on the top side, makes those Grubs virtually free. Great decision there by Will. And this Olaf, they are putting a ton of time into making sure that he is not going to excel through this lane, that he is not going to get an early lead and start to push that. It'll be interesting to see if he can make anything different as this Ragnarok comes online on level 6. I'm
really excited to see how Akuma plays this draft. I'm seeing the Gragas build now as well. Looks like working towards a Cosmic Drive and more of the ability power focused build, which has pretty much dominated the Gragas build for the last, couple years. It's been AP Gragas for a while, but you got damage on the Gragas, you got damage on the Smolder, long range damage on the Ezreal, and then Zyra can disengage. They don't have a lot of room for error when it comes to getting engaged on. If one bit of engage from the side of Titan Esports hits, then they're kind of in trouble here. This is a really interesting sort of pseudo Pwned composition that they have. I'm interested to see how well they're able to perform with it, as Frozen Titan is going to find this trade onto Sudsy. The flash away from the Spiraling Despair. This Smolder definitely feeling the pressure.
Yeah, and like I said, though, overall, not weathering he is weathering the storm fairly okay. He's down 10 CS. But he is forced to use his flash there, so we'll see if they can take advantage of that. But otherwise, not a whole lot has been able to be done with that priority created by Titan. I will like to see that GFB and Titan kind of get on the same page as this flash timer is kind of on. So I'd love to see them take advantage of that. We'll see Will kind of hiding out in his tri-brush. See what's going to happen here.
They're anticipating Garrett Meyerson maybe jumping in for a play, trying to win a 2 versus 2, and then Will stepping up. Or they're just going to look for a dive and one-shot someone. You can see the respect from Titan Esports bot lane. They know that if they get locked down, your headbutt pulverize into the root from the Zyro could mean that they just drop immediately. True Shot Barrage doing a whole lot of damage. Just going to be used to push in this wave here for Draxler. Maybe looking to take away this blue buff from GFP. Going to be successful. The Sejuani is on the other side of the map. So Will doing a relatively decent job of just trying to make the most out of what you can in the situations where there isn't a whole lot of action to be had.
Yeah, something I want to point out is this great vision control on the bot side here by Akuma Esports, really understanding where GFB is, where he's pathing to, like you said, taking away this blue buff. And now we're still going to have that full information. He's going to step up here, and we're going to see exactly where GFB is headed.
Oh, we got a fight right now.
Bot lane.
Drax is in trouble. Jito flashes forward for the stun. Origin pops that barrier, sends him right into Draxler. Will is here on the backline as well. Good dodge away from Jito on the piercing arrow, but Garrett Meyerson with a double shattering strike, but it's not going to be enough. Now both junglers getting involved in the play. GFP is here. Will is here, but no one is going to fall. Jito escaping by the skin of their teeth, and neither team drops a player.
Yeah, something to point out is unfortunately just Origin missing another key piercing arrow there and just not able to pick Jito off. Looks like they are going to get the opportunity to go ahead and push this wave in before a recall. But, looking at the top side, of course, Porsche kind of maintaining this 2-0 lead here, even on CS, but, Solit not being able to do much else so far.
No, definitely not. Going to see this happen again. So it looked like Chains of Corruption went wide. And they just wanted to fight here. I mean, level 6 advantage for Garrett Meyerson. It's a good timing for their bot lane. But good on Jito to really get aggressive on this Alistar. We've seen him a couple times just make those creative angles work. And somehow he doesn't die here. Gets the healing from the minions, which makes him survive that auto attack from Origin. That is insane. Oh my goodness. Really fortunate there for the support of Akuma.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see them, try to layer that CC a little better. I think trying to blowing Chains of Corruption blind onto this Ezreal, like we discussed in draft. Ooh.
We're going to see an engage here. GFP jumps on in. There's a Spiraling Despair that's going to connect onto 2. Solidified wants to get involved in this play as well. That's an angry Viking. He's been getting bullied around in the lane. He's trying to get his blood back. And that kill is going to go over to Frozen Titan. Porsche is forced to flash away. And Titan Esports take control of the river right before the next trio of grubs.
Yeah, great opportunity here. Titan Esports saying, you know what, we need to get something going here, rotating the entire team upwards to make sure that they can secure this rug and, grubs, and then, of course, getting the pick there on Jito. Something to note, Jito's still level 5, hasn't quite hit that level 6 there to kind of get him out of those situations. And now we're going to see, this Smolder down in the bot side kind of pick up some stacks, some free farm here. Great opportunity, great look there for Titan Esports.
Looked like Frozen Titan might have been window shopping there. That Mystic shot hit him as he was recalling. He stood still for a couple seconds. That's going to be a little bit annoying, but the Hui will be able to grab a little bit more gold in their pocket. Both teams probably setting up for this Drake. It was already one that went over to Titan Esports. And at first, people in the area are Akuma. Seen trying to break their way in is the rest of TES. And, Sudsy is going to drop that ward. Almost ran straight into Garrett Meyerson. And really still a sort of a delicate situation for Akuma with this Smolder kind of wanting to get those stacks. You get stacks from fights, but if you're dying in these fights, it's really going to set him behind in pace, and that's definitely not something Akuma wants.
Absolutely. Could be looking for another 4-4. It looks like Akuma has gone ahead and started up this dragon, so we'll see how they choose to contest. Way kind of on the flank here.
They're going to try. They're actually going to take control of this. Is Titan Esports. Will is going to try and get in range for a Smite Steal. Jito wants an engage. Garrett Meyerson is trying to keep him back. Here's a True Shot Barrage to rain through the team, but the Smite goes the way of Titan Esports, and there is no engage for Akuma. Again, this is the sort of problem that we identified with this draft here, Leslie.
Yeah, just no engage buttons. Looks like Solo here.
Hold on a second. Oh my goodness, Porsche just completely annihilated, solidified, transferred that anger from that team fight all the way to this solo bolo topside. The Viking is able to knock down the fat man in the top lane. Garrett Meyerson and Origin, they're looking for Sudsy, but Will is here, but he gets completely eviscerated by the lethality Varus. One back for Sudsy. GFP here to escort Origin out. But Titan Esports, they look very much confident here in this mid game.
Yeah, pick up here. GFB kind of sitting in this bush. Maybe they can get a little bit of something, but Smolder able to, maybe not.
Oh no. Sudsy, you fell for the bait, my friend. How in the world did that Glacial Prison miss? I have no idea. But this is basically a 1-versus-1 between the Smolder and the Sejuani. It's so difficult for Origin to get in range without actually dropping himself. Sudsy's going to try and trade one back. There's 1Q. The Achu is going to miss. The piercing arrow, will it land? It will not. Good use of the flat flap to dodge away as GFP with the flash escapes so smooth from these two. And Sudsy gets nothing.
Yeah, huge again. Origin able to pick up another kill here on Will. He's 3-0 here on this Varus. Like I said, this lethality Varus going to be able to provide some huge damage on Smolder, Will, and Draxler as the game goes on. It's going to be a huge threat. And like you said, with the lack of go buttons that Akuma Esports have, I'm very nervous to see how they're going to be able to play these fights out as the game goes on.
In poke compositions, the death of your composition is falling behind. And you see even a lot of pro teams playing those poke comps, and they can't quite get the lead that they want, and then they get outscaled, and it's hard to play from that situation. I feel like we might get into that same spot here for Akuma, just like you were saying, Leslie. It's getting really dangerous. Titan Esports have kind of put the pedal to the metal here. They've done a good job of utilizing the early game power of this lethality Varus. Even though Solidified was put behind, still able to find solo kills, still able to get involved in these fights. And Frozen Titan on Hui has had the freeze lane of his life, has had no pressure in lane because you're laning against such a scaling champion. And there's no setup there between Will and the Smolder, so now, sitting at 10 CS per minute, almost getting to that 11 CS per minute mark, a kill in the back pocket. this is going to be a serious damage threat from top or Titan Esports. I wanted to say Top Esports. I got it, Leslie. I said it. I tried not to do it, but I did it.
It was bound to happen sooner or later, right?
Yeah.
Well, I like to see Ferris. I mean, I think the cool thing about Titan Esports Comp is they also have a couple of poke options. You see this poke op for the side of Akuma and Ezreal and Smolder and Will kind of wanting to put this damage out, but Titan Esports has a couple options of their own. Like we said, this lethality Varus. Hui is in a great spot right now, kind of focusing on some CDR and some extra defensives in his build with Seraphs here. I mean, they're going to have a lot of those options, as well as, a couple of go buttons here from this Rel, the crash down being a huge... Oh
my goodness, Gino wants to make a play. That was so smooth. The flash combo is going to bring Origin down. Is there a counterpunch, though? Garrett Meyerson tried to save his AD carry, but he went too far forward as well. GFP cannot get involved to save his two bot laners. Gito's Alistair. That was smooth as hell, making things happen here for Akuma as they push the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a caster curse, maybe. We were talking about their lack of engage options, and they showed us just how deadly Gito can be with his flash up. Looks like the Hui is gonna find Gito here.
Well, he's gonna use the headbutt to, I kind of bring him a little bit closer to his death. He's embracing it at this point, and that happens to every support. It even happens to the best. Trying to clear out the vision and getting punished for it. One more kill though over to Frozen Titan.
Yeah, and again, something to think out. Frozen Titan looking pretty big here. Like you said, he's got a fully stacked Seraph's Embrace right now. CDR Boots really looking to maximize the uptime on his abilities. Solidified here, not just looking like a little short trade from Porsche, nothing too crazy. I think with Ragnarok available, it's still not quite a fight that you want to take. Obviously, the tier stacking on Porsche, maybe looking for Thimble Winter and a winner's approach, some options moving forward. I'm not quite sure, Ferris. What do you think? What build path do you think this Gragas is going to continue to take?
Yeah, I think it would be something like the Thimble Winter. I mean, it could be a Seraph's Embrace, but I mean, maybe it is. Honestly, I don't play enough Gragas to really know. I think both of them would be something you could do, but you're not necessarily that anti-burst champ. You're not someone that might get one shot, so the shielding might not be as effective there. You maybe just want that extra health. You want to be that front line for the team because, I mean, aside of Gito, who's on that support economy, not a whole lot else to be the front line for Akuma. So maybe the Thimble Winter. I feel like there is a world where we could see either or. It depends on whether he values HP more or the damage. But doing a good job, at least in those trades, against Solidified to actually win out in the short trades, back out with the phase rush, jump back in with the low cooldowns. That's exactly how the Gragas wants to play. Will applying more pressure as well. But here's Soul Point, Leslie, for Titan Esports. In 5 minutes' time, we could get ourselves a 22-minute Soul.
Yeah, as Solidified taking away some of those Krugs. They're gonna lose this tower on the top.
Oh my gosh, he's going for the all-in. He's going 1 versus 5 or 1 versus 4. This is the Olaf experience. That's the Viking experience for you, ladies and gentlemen. Porsche is gonna send the explosive Castanardi, and here comes Frozen Titan on the way, along with Garrett Meyerson. Throws the Spiraling Despair onto Gito. Severing Bolt also connects, but no one from either side will drop. I thought for sure Solidified was doomed.
Yeah, Will being able to flash over that wall to get to safety. But, like we discussed, something to point out, Akuma, really, really great at this early game, have not been able to apply the pressure we're used to seeing from them. They are, after that play and that gold lead exchange here from the tower, they are basically at a 300 gold lead, effectively even. And as we've discussed, I mean, we do have a couple of scaling options here, obviously the Smolder being a huge one. But they really haven't been able to apply the pressure that we're used to them seeing. And they're at Soul Point. Titan Esports is Soul Point. And it's been a pretty easy Soul Point at that. So I think you're going to run into the issue now where Titan Esports is going to be able to make some choices and force you into some bad positions.
It's going to be super dangerous here. They have one essential fight option or one chance to kind of prevent that soul from going down. And if they miss out on that, then that's going to be that permanent buff over there to Titan Esports. And it's the Ocean Soul as well. And if you're playing a composition that is reliant on poke into an Ocean Soul, that extra healing that Titan Esports is going to get, especially on people like Frozen Titan who are going to throw abilities from range and deal damage, it's going to give them all that extra healing. Definitely not something Akuma wants to give over to the other side. And honestly, we could see the real big game-shattering moment really early on this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at a potential Soul at 22 minutes into the game. Baron won't have even spawned yet. Otacon will be up for just a short time. Looks like we're going to have that Otacon spawning on the bot side of the map here. But, look at Titan here. He has, 2 fully completed items. He has a Seraph's Embrace, the Leandri's Torment. Is huge moment here for him, huge power spike. I really want to see them get him involved here in a couple of minutes as these objectives come up.
Definitely going to be a big source of the damage. And the only DPS here is Solidified. He's going to try and look for maybe some flanks in these fights or just kind of get access to whoever he can to hit. But the rest of the team here for Titan Esports as well, they do actually kind of function like a poke composition themselves with the play with the Lethality Varus. They just have a little bit more engaged to try and make things happen. As we do see in the picture-in-picture, the Otacon has not been available on the map. This is going to be a ruinous Otacon, as the Rift Herald was also spawned. That was secured by Akuma, but they really only get half HP on the mid tower, so definitely not the value that they wanted from that objective.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the timer was on that, but I would have liked to see them use that more for tempo. Even if you don't want to take the tower, maybe use that as a way to get into the bottom river first and get some vision out. And they have really great vision in this bot side, don't get me wrong. But, as we see Jito channeling this recall is like not a lot to be gained. We're not looking to pressure this Otacon at the moment. We didn't really do anything mid. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, Titan Esports, accepting that and realizing that and kind of bailing out themselves as well. But like you said, just not a great way to use the Rift Herald.
If I could ask our observers to give us a Smolder stack check ahead of this Drake fight coming up in a minute and a half, I really don't think Smolder is at that 225 point yet. It'd be very difficult, as we can see kind of cycling through. There we are, 174. Yeah, pretty behind. Like the golden standard is like 10 stacks per minute, but that's pretty hard to uphold. This point for the Smolder is okay, but is not going to be at that 225 there. Is still going to need more stacks. So if it is going to be Titan Esports to force this issue right away, Sudsy is not going to be at the strongest point that he wants to be.
Absolutely. And if you're Titan Esports, I think you want to. Otacon's on the same side anyway, so you're not really trading objectives. I think, a little bit of a shift away here from Solidified. But I think if you're Titan Esports, you want to force here. You want to say, hey, we're going to make you fight us. We're in a pretty strong position. Our carries have a lot of gold. And we're not going to let you take this soul from us. And like I said, you take this soul, and it makes the fight. The Bishop Prison.
They're going for this. Oh my goodness, no, it's a disaster for Titan Esports. They just chucked two of their biggest ultimates and it went wide. This is a huge opportunity for Akuma to find a fight that they want. Although Garrett Meyerson on this rail, still pay attention to him. If he finds multiple people in a crash down Magnet Storm, that still will be enough for Titan Esports to win a fight. But that's two big ultimates down here, Leslie, that they're desperately going to be wanting back.
Yeah, and as we discussed, there's a little bit of poke coming out from Titan and Origin here, just trying to whittle away at some of these health bars on the side of Akuma Esports. But yeah, I think now, you've given up your entry now. You don't have those ultimates. You kind of have to give up the entry into this jungle. As we do see Shattering Strike here, nothing crazy coming of it, but the Dragon has been started by the side of Akuma Esports.
Will is in smite range, so is GFP. This is about as tense as it gets, but look at Solidified's position here on the Olaf, looking for a flank. I have a feeling that potentially this will be the pincer maneuver here coming in from Titan Esports. We're seeing poke come through. Garrett Meyerson is getting very low. Mom comes through as well. They find the stun of the Smolder, but there is simply no follow-up. But look at the smite. It came through for the side of GFP, and Solidified was able to take down Will as well in the backside. The hero play from the top jungle of Titan Esports. And now it is going to be Jito who is in trouble. The Chains of Corruption come off a cooldown. They connect onto the Smolder, and that's two more kills that go Titan Esports' way. Shutdown goes down onto Frozen Titan, but still a 4 versus 2. In pursuit is Solidified. He wants to continue the play. He's diving underneath the turret, but he might have gone too far forward. The last tower shot will not kill him. Origin tanks one shot, but it's Soul that goes to Titan Esports. Clutch in the moments that matter most.
Absolutely. Glacial Collision even getting enough time to go up there, getting that mid T1. And looking at this, they're starting to see some pings on Otacon. Looks like they are going to take the reset, but gives them that opportunity, with some of these death timers, Smolder, Jito just coming up now to get back out on top of this map. And again, just look at the amount of damage that they were able to put out. And the Olaf length, this pincer movie they talked about, just highly, highly successful. And it kind of took that fight away. It's going to be very difficult for Akuma to get these fights started moving forward with this Ocean Soul.
It's going to be really tough. They're in probably the most difficult position they've been in. Barring the situation they were in when they lost the game in game number 1. But at this point in the game, they're in the most difficult position they've been all day today. This is their 4th game of the day, and we're really going to have to see how Akuma can play from behind. This is going to put them to the test. because again, their qualifier is on the line here. They've already lost one of their best of threes. This is the lower bracket for both teams. The pressure is definitely going to be mounting. They're trying to look for a play here onto Origin, but good usage of hugging one side of the Rift is going to get them out of this situation. Can they hold on to their mid-tier 1 is the question. Porsche jumping on in with a body slam. Garrett Myerson is jumping right back in, though. That's a good engage here from the side of GFP, but the re-engage, or the disengage rather, from the side of Akuma is even better. GFP jumping back on in. They're able to get Porsche. Now in the Ragnarok here, leading the charge, is solidified, but not able to find anyone else. It's a 1-for-1, and they hold on to their mid-tower.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great way to kind of catch there, that Glacial Prison really kind of holding them in place. The one thing I want to say on a height of Akuma is we do start to see a little bit of damage coming out from this Smolder. You know, this is definitely going to be a big focal point. They picked this knowing full well that he was going to have to be the one to put out some damage in these fights. But again, I think your positioning and your vision that you keep on Solidified is going to be extremely important. Him just kind of coming out of the wings, those pincer moves that he's going to continue to keep looking for. It's going to be highly relevant to keeping the Smolder alive as the game goes on.
That sequence that you just saw after that fight broke out is, you know, Titan Esports might just be making their way to try and rush down a Baron, but you saw that sort of wet noodle fight right there, just chucking out poke spells left, right, and center. And this Ocean Soul does such a good job for Titan Esports to keep themselves healthy in those situations. They have to be careful, though. Starting up a Baron like this, they could be setting themselves up to get collapsed on here and throwing away the game. Solidified is actually singled out here and might actually drop. This could be the throw play for Titan Esports. Origin gets knocked back with the cask, is getting so very low. Now they're trying to get on out of here. It's 5 versus 4, but look at Gito on the flank. Gito has found Origin. He's going to try and knock him down. Garrett Myerson tries to find the peel with the Magnet Storm, and somehow GFP is the one that takes down the Baron. Somehow Titan Esports are able to grab this buff. Sudsy is in pursuit, trying to knock down Frozen Titan. Should be able to do so. The Fear is going to connect, trying to delay as much time as possible is the play. Using the movement speed, using the spells, but certainly at a certain point is going to go down. He's going to try and find the combinations. He's doing such a good job of being as annoying as humanly possible. Almost takes down Sudsy in the process, but should finally go down. And Titan Esports, I mean, that was a very interesting call. Luckily, though, GFP has been on point all game long with the smites.
Yeah, GFP really bailing out. Like you said, kind of a big throw almost for Titan Esports, just thinking they have time to rush this Baron. Porsche already being up, already back out onto the map, and it almost spelling disaster. But like you said, on point with smites, and he's able to retain that Baron for them anyway. And, you know, you look at this and, looks like we're going to get a quick replay of this Baron fight. And yeah, like you said, Solidified just kind of caught out here on the side and just, isolated in a 3v1, just kind of nothing to do there, really. Just kind of throws that away.
Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of an interesting force here. I feel like Titan Esports thought that everyone had reset from the side of Akuma, and thankfully GFP gets inside the pit and steals away the Baron. Otherwise, this would have been a disaster, potentially game throwing as well, because we have had our criticisms of this composition from Akuma, but they've been able to deal the damage. They've been able to go toe-to-toe here with the side of Titan Esports, and all they need is maybe one ace when the death timers get really long to just run it down the mid lane and end this game. But now we can see in the picture-in-picture, the siege has begun. We actually see a knock-up here from Gito, but the siege continues. Again, waiting for that go button is the rest of Titan Esports, waiting for Garrett Myerson, waiting for GFP to start fights off. As Garrett Myerson is going to actually jump onto the Smolder here. The Chains of Corruption, it looks like they might have connected. So much poke damage. They've one-shot the Smolder. Sudsy has been sent to the Death Realm as Gito is in trouble as well. GFP is tanking up for the entirety of Titan Esports. Is going to get out with the Arctic Assault. They just can't take him down. The Ocean Soul healing is enough. All the meanwhile, Solidified in the top side is pushing down the tier 2. Are they going to continue the play? Frozen Titan looking for some more poke. The only 3 people alive are here. No one's there to defend the top lane.
Yeah, something to think. We have Elder Dragon up in 25 seconds. They have full control with this Baron. Like you said, Solidified still pushing on this top side. Going to go ahead and get his recall off. And this Elder could just be a clean takeaway from the side of Titan Esports. Going to get full control of vision here. Interesting. The thing to point out is, you know, CFP not getting that recall. Sejuani still being on the lower side of HP. And Will has been able to sneak into this bush without their knowledge.
This has been such an impressive best of 3 from Titan Esports. They've really been able to bring Akuma to the brink right now, and it comes down to this Elder Drake, but Will is alive. Will has snuck his way into the brush. They are going to spot him out with the Farsight Alteration. Frozen Titan trying to do as much poke as possible. Solidified could potentially find that wraparound, and look for the flank, but Porsche is there to meet him. Draxler and Sudsy trying to find the unique flank angle, but they've only found Garrett Meyerson, and he is like Michael Myers in their face, and he finds the CC, and that might just do it for Titan Esports. The fight will continue, but Solidified is on the flank. Gino is dropping low. It's only Porsche and the cow left, but now it's only the fat man. Porsche has to run for his life. Solidified is hot in pursuit. The Elder Drake is next up on the menu here for Titan Esports as they win the fight, and they might just send it down the mid lane to end this game. Porsche has nowhere to run. He tries to flash over the wall. He will delay some time, but they just do not care. They have the Nexus in their eyes, Leslie.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Huge engage from Gino, but both flashes available on Titan and Origin, able to get back, able to kite back, continue to push out damage. And like you said, they're just going to look for the end. Porsche, we've got 2 seconds up on Draxler. It's going to be close, but I don't think Porsche is going to be able to stop him.
I don't think they will be able to either. They've just got one thing on their mind, and that is the Nexus. And it is going to explode. Titan Esports with, I guess you could definitely say here, a pretty major upset considering the fact that this was a 2-0. They come out on top, and they are moving on here in the NACL Open qualifier, and they knock down some big names in Tier 3 like Porsche, like Will, like Sudsy, Draxler as well, head coach for Immortals at one time. This was a fantastic performance from them, and they performed, they performed better than, or at least as well as we could have hoped here, and they bring out that W. Absolutely.
I mean, I got to give a huge shout out Titan and Origin putting on huge performances in both games, really kind of being those, continuing to show us why they can be those huge carries for the team. And then Solidified, I talk a lot about mental fortitude when it comes to League of Legends, and I think looking at how his game started and really kind of struggling, getting caught out a couple of times, especially in such a key game, and then coming back, finding that solo queue, finding a lot of those flanks in those team signings, and being a huge part of why they were able to win those fights as the game goes on. Great win from Titan Esports.
I love their drafting too. Like, they knew what they wanted to do in both games. In game number 1, they had the front to back. They had Frozen Titan on the Azir. They had Origin on the Corki, and they were just going to play that front to back. They had the front line, and they were going to scale. That's exactly what they did. This time around, it's a little similar, but it's more of that pick composition. You land the Glacial Prison, you get the Varus poke on top of that. Quay can follow up. You kill one person, you work your way from there. I think Garrett Meyerson was getting a lot of hype in the chat too. A lot of people were hyping him up. He played like an absolute beast on that route. That was a fantastic game. Peel was on par, stopping the flank angles from coming on through. Solidified had fantastic flanks, and they knew their comp's identity really well. And this team surprised me. Names that I didn't know too much about going into this, people that have been floating around in the Tier 3 scene for a while. They haven't had the best of results in the tournaments they've played in, but they've really shown out today. And I think this is a win that they can definitely be proud of here. As this wraps up our broadcast, we get the 2-0 for Titan Esports with the win. Leslie, this was our first time casting together. It's been an absolute pleasure with you, my friend.
Absolutely. You as well. I'm very excited to be here. And again, hometown team, Titan Esports taking away, like you said, a decisive 2-0 win. Very exciting for them. I look forward to seeing how they do in the rest of the tournament.
Me too as well. So thank you so much for everyone for tuning in. Thank you so much to Chris and Sherigan, who are our producers and observers for this best of 3. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to the best of 3 today. All the hype in the chat. It was a whole lot of fun. And also, you can see, I'm not going to fail the point this time. There we go. I got it. I got it right this time. There's the merch that you can get. FOF Esports /Titan. It's comfortable. It looks good. Get your Titan Esports merch and rep your favorite organization. And that's going to do it for us tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you with more coverage next weekend of Titan Esports and throughout the week for the leagues as well. Stay tuned, everyone, for more coverage coming up, and we will see you next time. Have a good one.